I did a 5 hours long YouTube tutorial where I created a blog using Laravel. And if you're interested in that tutorial, kindly check out the link in the description. After that tutorial, I also went ahead and promised to redo the whole project again, but this time around using Laravel and Vue.js with cookie-based authentication with the help of Laravel Sanctum. But before we start that project, let's see how the end product looks like. So this is the SPA and this is the homepage. So if I scroll down, we have latest blog posts and we are fetching all these from the database. If I click on a title, it will take me to that single blog post. And if you check at the top, we are fetching it using the slug, which we are going to implement without using any package. Then when you scroll down, we have related blog posts. And when you click on any, it's also dynamic. That's it for the homepage. Let's go to the blog page. So this is where we are displaying all the blog posts. And when you scroll at the bottom, we have working pagination. So if you go to page 2, it goes to another page. And now the next button is disabled because we don't have any more blog posts. I can click previous and it will go to page 1. Then I can also search for blog posts. So if I come here and say national, I get blog posts where the word national is present in the title or the body. So in this case, we can see it's present in the title. Here it's not in the title, meaning it should be in the body. So if I click here and try look for the national in the body, we can see that the word is present. So let me go back to blog. And if you try to search for something that doesn't exist, is not present in the title or the body, you get this message, sorry, no match was found. You can as well search for blog posts using the category. So if I click on sports, it should give me all the blog posts associated with that category. Nature, the same thing. Entertainment, the same thing. All, let's go to all. Yes, and we have all the blog posts. And that's it. And if there is anything I've forgotten, we'll cover it during the tutorial. So I'll go to the about page. And this is just a static page with HTML and CSS, nothing more. The contact page, I haven't implemented this and I don't intend to do so because I've already implemented it using Laravel and we are going to do a lot of Laravel and Vue.js. So I decided to leave this as a challenge so that at least you can try to do something on your own. But in case you get stuck, kindly reach out. I'll be glad to help. So now let's switch to register. So here, if you try to sign up without providing anything, we have these validation errors, which are coming straight from Laravel backend. Let's go ahead and register. I'll change the password to something that I can remember when logging in. So sign up, and we are redirected to the dashboard. And notice here, register and login is no longer visible because we are logged in. So I'll log out, and again we don't have dashboard and we have register and login. I'll log in. If you try to log in without providing anything, again we have the validation errors. So I'll log in, then I'm being redirected to the dashboard. So here I can come and create categories. So I can say new category. First of all, let's see if we have validation. Yes, we have validation. So new category. And we see a flash message here, which disappears after 2.5 seconds. When we go to category list, we have that category. We can edit it as well. So I can say updated. And then we have the flash message. And if we check the category list, we have it's updated now. I can as well delete it, and that's it for the categories. So let's go to the posts. Here, post list, not post list, create post. Then here, if you try to submit without providing anything, again, we have the validation errors. Let's create a post. So let's say new post. Let's choose a file. Then you have a preview of the image that you want to upload. Then you can select the category of your preference. Let me go with health. Then here we will say, the notice here, it's saying category ID field is required. We will customize this at least to say the category is required instead of category ID. I think that's a bit confusing. Then the body, you can say body of my post. That's it. Then submit. Then post created successfully. Let's check the posts list. And there we go. We have our post. And notice again, I only have one post. And this is the post that I created. I cannot see the posts of I cannot see the post created by other users. So meaning I cannot edit or delete. So here I can edit my post. I can say updated, update the image as well, something else. There we go. Then let me submit, and there we go. Actually, let's see in the front end if it's displayed as well. So if you come here and go to the blog post, yes, you can see it's created. New post updated, go to the body, 55 seconds ago, and we see body of my first post. So I'll come here, I'll delete it for now. Before deleting, let me show you another thing. So when you edit, just in case you don't want to change the image, you can just leave it. Say again, then submit. Then if you come and edit again, you see the image has not changed. And that's it for the posts. So I think that's all. I can log out. Yeah. So see you in the next video where we will learn to set up Laravel and Vue.js. Cheers. I have a fresh Laravel application, and all I've done is that I've removed all the code inside the body tag, the style inside the head tag, and I've updated the text inside the title tag. So now if you visit the browser, all you have is an empty Vue. So the first thing I'm going to do is to install Vue. So go to the terminal and run this command to install Vue. After that, let's create a Vue app. So we'll go to resources, JS, app.js. So this will be the entry point of our Vue application. And to create it, we need to import a method to do so. So I'll say import create app from Vue. So now I can go ahead and use that method to create our app. So I'll say create app, and then it's a method, and it requires us to pass a component. Since you don't have one, let's go ahead and create it. So go to JS, new file, and I'll call it app.vue. Inside it, I'll just say template. Then I'll just output a h1 and say this is our root component. And then that's it. So go back to app.js. To use it, we need to import it first. So import app from js /app.vue. So now we can go ahead and use it. So app.vue, not sorry, app. We've imported it as app. Save. So now that we have our app, we need to link it to our welcome file so that we can be able to see what we have in our components. And to do that, we will first bundle the code that we have here and then link a code that is bundled. And to bundle it, we'll use a tool called Vite. So when you go to package.json, you'll see that you already have Vite here. So to install it, just go to the terminal and run npm install, and that will install all the dependencies that we have in this file. After that, let's go to the configuration file to configure that. So we have Vite. To configure it to bundle Vue code for us, we need to install a plugin. So go to the terminal and then install at vuejs plugin Vue. After that, let's import it. So import Vue from Vite plugin Vue. Then after that, let's register it inside the plugins array. So I'll come here and say Vue. That's what we called it. Then a comma after the Vue. So now Vue knows that it's supposed to, no, sorry, not Vue. Vite knows that it's supposed to bundle the Vue code for us. So the next thing I'm going to do is to start Vite development server. So I'll just say npm run dev, and this will automatically detect any changes in our Vue files, and it will reflect the changes in the browser. So after that, this will work, but I'm going to remove this. And that is because Vite works best without the CSS entry point. So I'll remove that, then save. Now let's go ahead and link our input to our file. So I'll copy this, then come here. So to get the bundled code, what you do is that you just use the Vite blade directive. So you can just say at Vite, then pass your input, and that's it. So now this file has the access to the bundled code from this file. So now the last thing that you're supposed to do is tell Vue in what element inside the body tag should it take control. So I'm going to create a div here with an ID of app, then save it, go to app.js, and I'll just tell Vue kindly take charge inside the element with the ID of app. So if we save this, then switch to the browser and restart, there we go. This is our root component, and now we are getting this from Vue. That's it for this lesson. So in the next lesson, let's learn how to redirect all route requests to our root components. Cheers. Currently, if you go to our domain and try to go to / any characters, we get a 44 not found. And this is because currently the Laravel routing is taking charge. We need to change that so that whenever you visit / any characters, it takes you to our root component, and then from there Vue router will take charge. And if all this doesn't make sense why we need to do this, don't worry about it. It will all make sense in the next episode when we do it practically. So to achieve that, so that when we go to / any characters to give us our root component, we'll go to our routes, and then we will use a wildcard. So here I'll just say any, and that means when we go to / any characters, it will return this view. So save, let's test that. So come back and refresh, and yes, it's giving us our root component. So if we provide any characters here, we get our root component, but if we don't provide any character, we still get a 4 or 4. Let's fix that. Come here, and I'll say where any is the same as period. This lesson is going to be a bit long, so if you know how to integrate a template and you would just like to skip it to start using Vue and Laravel, then I'll leave a link in the description and you can skip to that. With that said, let's start. So this is the template that we are going to be integrating, and I have it in my GitHub. So I'll leave a link in the description so that you can go ahead and clone it. I've already cloned it and I have it here. I've opened it in the live server. This is our homepage. Then in our homepage, if you click on this one, it takes you to the single blog page, and everything here is static. So when you go to blog page, we have all the blog posts, and at the bottom we have pagination. Then here we have the about page, then the contact page, and that's it. So let's go ahead and use this in our Laravel and Vue.js. So I'll go to the template, which I have it opened here, and go to index, and then I'll check in the head. We have this code that is repeated, the font awesome link in every file. So I'll grab it, then go to our application, and then here I'm going to paste it. Then after that, I'll go to app.view. And so remember we said that this root component should be rendered regardless of the page that you are visiting. So we can think of this as our layout. So I'll go to the template, and we can see that in every page we have this sidebar, no matter what page you are on, and we have this footer and this footer. So we can grab that and use that as our layout. So I'll go to the template, then I'm going to grab, so here you see we have this div with the ID of wrapper, and then we have JavaScript at the bottom. So we are not going to grab the JavaScript, we are going to recreate that using Vue. So for now, what I'll do, I'll grab this, and then I'm going to edit it to just grab what we want to use as our layout. So I'll go to my code here and replace everything here. So let's see, we have a header at the top. So header is not there in every page. So I'll remove that. We can't use that as our layout. The sidebar is present in all the pages. We can use that as our layout. Then you have this menu button. Let me show you that menu button. So if I come here and reduce the screen size, we have this menu button, which when you click on it, it shows the overlay, and when you click on it, it hides the overlay. And by the way, the JavaScript code that we saw is to implement the logic to show and hide this overlay. So we need that menu button because it's in every page. So I'll come here, back here, we'll keep that. Then the main tag, this is where we have the content, the main content. So like if we come to, let me expand this, this is let's go to homepage. So you can see that this is the main tag. So inside there we have the content, which if you go to another page, it's different. You go to another page, it's different. So we cannot use that as our layout. So we are going to remove everything inside the main tag. And so inside here is where we are going to render components depending on the page visited. So for example, if you go to /about, we want to render the about component in there. If you go to /single blog post, we want to render that blog post there. So then I'll check the footer. It's there in every page, so I'll keep it. I'll just add a semicolon here to clear the error, and then save. Let's see how that looks like. So we go to the browser, and here is our page. We refresh, and yeah, it's working, but we don't have the CSS. So let's go ahead and add that. So I'll go to resources, where is it? Resources, CSS, app.css. So then go to the template, then styles, grab that, then paste it in our application. So I'll paste it here. Now we have the CSS, but our entry point is not aware of that CSS, so we need to import it. So import CSS, and the file is app.css, then save. Let's see that in the browser, and now it's working. We have our sidebars. So now we need to create the components to be rendered when you visit, for example, the blog page, the component that we want to render here. So let's go ahead and create those components. So I'll come here, JS. I'll create a folder called pages. You don't have to call it pages. Then home.view. Then in here, I'm going to say template. Then h1, and I'll say homepage. Copy that. Let's create the other pages. So we can say about.view. paste that, change that to about to be about page. Then let's create another one that is contact.view, paste it. Then here we will say contact page. Let's create another one, single blog page, single blog.view. You can say that is single blog page. Single blog page. And another one that is blog.view. Then here we can say blog page. This should be 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are good. So now we have our pages. For us to be able to navigate between those components, we need to use Vue router, because remember we disabled the Laravel routing, so it cannot control the route. It will always return the route component. So we need the Vue router to take over. So we are going to install Vue router. So go to your terminal and run this command to install it. Then after that, let's go to our JS and let's configure our routes. So I'll come here, I'll create a folder and I'll call it router. Then inside it, I'll create a file by the name index.js. So where is it? Yeah, there we go. Then I'm going to copy some code here and I'll explain what is happening. So I'll copy that, come back here and paste that and save. Let me now walk you through. So we are from Vue router, we are importing the create router method and create web history method, and we will see at the bottom what those two do. Then we are importing the components that we created, so about from pages about Vue. Then we're importing the rest, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the ones that we created. Then here we are going to create our routes. So it takes an array and objects. So in this object, the first property we have is defining the URL that we visit. So if we go to our domain, root domain, then / we should load a component by the name home, and then we are giving that route a name. You can think of it as the route names in Laravel. So we are doing the same for the other pages, only that for the single blog page it's slightly different and it works differently. So here we are saying go to / blog, then you have this colon, then /. What this means is that when you go to / blog, then / whatever you want to provide here, it can be any characters, then we should load these components. And then whatever you pass here, so let's say for example you go to / blog, then / first post. So it should load this component, and then whatever we pass here will be saved in a variable called /. So that's what is happening there. Then we have this props set to true. We will see what that does later, so don't worry about that for now. Then at the end, to create our router, we use the create router method that we imported, and inside it we pass the history property, and then we define what we want here. So we are using the create web history that we imported, and that is to make our URL look good. Then we are also importing the routes that we've created, which are these ones here. Then we are exporting the router. Now it's ready. That's how we configure the router. So now we need to use it in our application. So go to app.js, and to use it we will first import it. So import router from router, then index.js. You don't need to specify that if the name is index.js. Then here we need to use it in our application, and you'll just say use. And then here we'll pass the router that we want to use that we have imported. Then save. So let's go ahead and test this and see if it will work. But before we test it, there's one more thing we need to do. So let's go to app.vue. Control P, app.vue. So here, how do we render those components dynamically? We use router view. So router view. So what happens is when you go to, for example, /about. So this page will be loaded. Then the router will check for us what we have passed in the URL. So if you go to /about, it will check and see, oh, okay, you want to go to /about. It will go to index.js and it will check, do we have that URL? And yes, we do. So it will render this component. Where's our app? It will render that component where we have this router view. So if you go to about page, we have a layout, then you render the about component. You go to contact page, we load the layout, and then inside here we load the contact page. So let's save, let's test that and see if it's working. So I come here, let's have it back to what it was. So that is homepage, it's working. It's /blog. Blog is not working, it's giving us blog.html, blog. No, it's working, sorry. So we go to contact. It's working. We go to blog, then / anything that you want, and you get single blog page. So it's working. Let's make these links work using using Vue router, because now when you click, it's using anchor tag, and you can see that the page is refreshing, and we don't want that. So let's go to the sidebar. And by the way, if you want, you can extract these ones. You have another component of sidebar, then import it here for this button and the footer, but I'll leave it the way it is for this tutorial. So let's go to the sidebar, sorry, not sidebar. Then let's grab this, actually cut it. Then we want to use the router link. So router link here, router link. Then here, when you click on the home text, we want it to go where? So we want it to go to, we will use route name. Want it to go to name, and the route name is home. Then let's grab this and do the same thing for the second link, which is supposed to go to blog. So paste that, then replace home with the blog. Okay, let's do it for about page and replace home with about. Then let's do it for contact, and then let's replace this with contact. Save, let's see if that's working, and then let's add a semicolon here to clear that error, and come back. So home, we get home page, you have a problem here. Let's see what is happening there. So blog link, we need to remove, we have two LIs, remove that. I think that should work. Let's see that. Yeah, we're good. So blog page, about page, contact page, and we are good. So that is working. So now what we want to do is that we want this homepage to have the HTML from the template, that is. So let's go to the template. Okay, where is our template? Here we go. So that should be index. Then let's go to the main. Where's the main? Here we go. Grab everything inside it. That's the end. Copy. Go to home. Here we go. Paste everything. Then save. Let's see that in the browser and it's working, but we don't have the images. So let's go ahead and import, copy the images from the template. So there we go. Go to public folder, public, and paste your images. Then let's see. Refresh. There we go. We have our images. So in the home page, I believe we have something else. So let's go to the template. And when you scroll up, we have the header, which is at the top. So copy it back to the template. Then at the top, we have the header. Save it. Let's see if that's working. Yeah, and we're good. We've integrated that. So let's go to blog page. Go to the template. Can actually close this. Where's our template? Here it is. Blog. Go to the main. So this is what we have inside the main tag. We continue, and we see we also have this footer inside the main tag, but I'll not grab it because we already have it in our layout. So I'll copy this. Then to our app, that was blog. Inside here, I'll paste that, then save. Then let's see. Yeah, it's working, all blog posts. And we are good. So let's do the same for contact page. We go to the template, contact, here we go. Then where's the main section? Here. So this is what we have inside the main section. Copy it. Then that is contact. Paste it there, save. Let's see how it looks like. Good, it's working. Nice. So let's work on the single blog post. So that was when you go to /blog and /anything, you get single blog post. So let's go to that. In the template, single blog. Then let's check out main. Here's our main. We have this section. We'll grab the, you see we have a lot than that. Grab this as well. So this is what we have inside the main. Come here, back to our application, single blog, paste that, then save. Let's see. Yeah, it's working, but now we don't see the image. And that's because whenever you go to /blog, then you go to another level, you need to go to your where you are fetching the image. So let's go here. So this is where we are displaying the image. You need to add a / here to start from the root domain. So I'll select everything that has images and pick and select all of them, and then I'll add a / here, and that should work. Yeah, so everything that has, no, it did not select everything. Let's do that again. So anything that has images and pick, select all. Yeah, they're selected. Okay, so let's just do images. / to grab everything. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, everything is selected. / does it help? Yeah, everything now has that / to start from the root domain. Let's see that. Yeah, now it's working. It's all working. So if you're using Laravel, in that case you need to use the asset function for this to work. So that's it. Yeah, I think that's okay. One more thing is when we click refresh, when we click on this, we need it to take us to the single blog post, but now it's not. So let's fix that. So I'll come here and go to home.view, then benefits. Yeah, this is where we need to do that. So we need to replace that anchor tag with a router link. So router link, then copy this text, then after that paste it. Then here we'll say to where do we want it to go. So the route name, and the route name was I don't remember it. Let's check it out. Index.js was /blog /slug, and the name is single blog. So come here, single blog. Then next we need to specify params. It's an object, and here we need to pass the key that we passed here. So this was slug, right? And remember I told you this is whatever you pass here will be saved in this variable slug. So we need to come here and say, so params slug, that slug should be equal to what? So in our case, we will hard code this, but later we will get the slug dynamically. So I'll paste this, and then I'll use the hyphens to make it a slug. So now what you're saying is when you go to /blog, then the next let's come here, the next thing, which is slug, we've now specified it here. The slug should be benefits of getting COVID-19 vaccination. So now when you go to where are we? Yeah, when you go to /blog, now the slug will be benefits of whatever we've specified there. So let's see if that will work. Come back and let's go to home. Let's click on this. Yeah, and look at the top. So benefits of getting vaccination. So initially from the router it reads like this. So now we are saying this slug, which is a variable, should now be equal to whatever we passed there, and that's why we get this. Yeah, so I think we are done. I don't think there is anything left. Oh yeah, we need to give some feedback so that when a user is on blog page, at least let's give some feedback here for them to know that they are on the blog page. So with that, what we will do, I will inspect this, and you'll notice something. So if I go to, so here are my links. So like this one is for the home link, and this is the blog link. So notice now in here where we have home link, notice that we don't have any class, but whenever I go to home, we get this link exact active class is added, and this another one, we have router link active and router link exact active added. Then the blog now doesn't have, the blog path doesn't have any class, but whenever I click on it, so when we are on that link, that class is added. So we can use that class to style the link however we want. So what I'll do, I'll come here, CSS, and I'll grab this. So router link active. So this is the class that we've seen that is added whenever the link is active. So come back home, go to our CSS, and then at the bottom, I'm going to add this. So what you're saying is that whenever that class is active, add the background color, then the color of the text, make it white, then you have some padding and a border radius, and that's it. So save. Let's see that it's working. Yeah, so we go to about page. So now the user knows where they are. We go to home page, blog page, and I noticed like the about page is not working. Contact page, we did not implement this, so let's implement it now. Go to the template, about page. So here is what we have in the main tag. Go back to the application, then about, here we go. Let's paste that, save, go back to the browser, and yes, it's working, it's good. I think we've covered everything I wanted us to cover. There is something we've forgotten, I've forgotten, that is not you. We can always cover it in the next episodes. So that's it for this lesson. See you in the next one. Cheers. When you visit the template and reduce the width of the website, you'll realize that we have a menu button at the top left. And when you click on it, the overlay navigation shows. And when you click the X mark, the overlay navigation gets hidden. So that is done with vanilla JavaScript. Let's go ahead and implement that in our website using Vue. So we will go to the template first and see how the logic is being achieved. So here we see it's targeting a menu button, then listening for a click event, and after that targeting the element with the class of sidebar and adding a width of 100% and a z index of 5. So let's go ahead and create a class with those styles. So I'll go to our Vue.js app, Laravel and Vue.js. At the bottom, I'll create style tag. Then in here, I'll create a class. I'll call it show overlay. Then here we want a width of 100%. Then z index of 5. So we want to, the menu button is clicked. We want to add this class so that you can see the overlay. Then I'll create script tag. Then here I'll create a data property. Then I return. Let's call it overlay visibility. Overlay visibility. And let's have it by default to be false. Then at the top, I'll go, this is where we are adding the styles in the sidebar class. So here, I'll have a class dynamically. And I'll say, give me the show overlay class only when overlay visibility is true. Overlay visibility is true. So save that. So if you go back to our website, we can see that we don't see it. Let's try to hard code it to true and see if it will work. So come back here. Why is this complaining? False. Yeah, we don't need that semicolon. False. Let's try it again. So we don't see it. So let's change it to true and see if it will work. True. Save. Yeah, and it's working. So we need to toggle that class dynamically. So I'll have it back to false, and then I'll go to the menu button. It's here, and I'll add a click event. So at click, let's call a method, and I'll call it show overlay. So I'll copy this, and let's go ahead and create that method. So here after this, I'll have a methods property, and the method is show overlay. And when that happens, I want to change this dot overlay visibility to true. So let's see if that's working. Come back, click there. Yeah, and it's showing. So let's now implement to hide it. So what I'll do, from the template, if we go back to the template, we can see that they are changing the width of the sidebar to 0. I think since we are using Vue, this will be simpler. We just remove that class and will not have it. So I'll go to the close. Where is it? Search for it. Close button. It's here. So at click, let's call another method called hide overlay. Then let's go ahead and create that. So I'll just copy this, change it to hide overlay. Then I'll change this to false. Then let's go back and see if that's working. So I click that, it's opening. I click that, it gets hidden, and that's working. But now we have one problem. If I click that, then I try to click on the blog, we switch to that page at the top, but we still have the overlay. So we need to hide that. And we already have the method for hiding, which is hide overlay. So what I'll do, I'll come here where we have those links, select this, and then I'll add here at click event. So hide overlay. Save, and let's see that. Come back, click home, and it's working. So about, it's working. Let's try contact, it's working. And that's it for this lesson. So see you in the next lesson where we will implement the registration and login UI. And then after that, we'll implement the logic to register and login. Cheers. To implement authentication, we will need a login page, registration page, and a dashboard where we will redirect authenticated users. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll go to my Laravel and Vue app, go to pages, and here I'm going to create another page. Let's call it login.vue. Then here we just need HTML and CSS, so I'm going to grab that. So here's my login, and this is just HTML and CSS, nothing more. So save that. Let's go through it. So we have a form here, and it has an input of email and an input of password, and the rest are just the styles to style the form. So let's go ahead and go to our routes and register a route to visit that page. So index.js, I'll copy this. First we will import it. So just copy this one and then change this to login. Then let's go ahead and register it in our routes. I'll copy this and then change this to login. Copy this, select the 3, then login, and let's have this in lowercase. Then let's add that in our sidebar as well. So app.vue, let's go to our sidebar. I'll copy this link, paste that, then just change the name to login. and here I'll change it to login, then save. Let's see that in the browser. Yeah, we have the login. Click login and it takes us to that page. Let's go ahead and implement the registration page. So I'll come here, I'll do the same thing, register.vue, grab the HTML and CSS, then back and paste it again. It's a form. Then you have the name input, email, password, and confirm password, then submit button, and then styles to style the form. Save that. Let's go to index and register that. We will import it first. So this is register. Change that to register. Then let's go ahead and register it in our routes. Change this to register. Then have the slash in lowercase. Save that. Go to our sidebar. Then let's have register before login. Then change this to register and just multi-select them. Nope. Select this one and the next one. So that is register. Register. Yeah. Oh, we have an L here. Let's remove it. Remove that. Save. Let's see that in the browser. We have register. Go to register, and there it's working. So let's add the dashboard. So again to pages, dashboard.vue. Let's grab the HTML and CSS. Dashboard here. Back to our website. Paste that. Save it. Go to app.vue. Let's first register it in our routes. So index.js. We will import it first. That is dashboard. Dashboard. Okay, we're going to use it to register it in our routes rather. Copy that. Change everything to dashboard. Then let's have this in lowercase. Go to our sidebar, and at the bottom we are going to have our dashboard. So change this to dashboard. Save. Let's see that in the browser. We have an error. Dashboard.vue, does the file exist? Okay, let's see. Dashboard, where is it? Dashboard, yeah, we have a typo. We need to add a D at the end to be dashboard. Dashboard.vue. I think the error should be fixed now. Let's do a refresh. And it's not working. Let's go to homepage. Okay, we have an issue. Let's debug together. So uncaught dashboard not defined in index.js. Okay, index.js dashboard not, yeah, this one. So it's supposed to be dashboard. Dashboard. Save. Let's see that. And I think we don't have errors now. Go to login, register, and then dashboard, and it's all working. That's it for this lesson. So in the next lesson, let's implement authentication. Cheers. Before we begin, kindly ensure that your application is connected to a database. If that is done, let's go ahead and implement registration. So first, a user will have to provide their details, and then we will have to send those details to the server. Let's implement the logic to grab those details. So here I'll come and say data. Then I'll return an object. And in here I'm going to say fields, and it will be empty by default. Then up here I'm going to say fields.name. Sorry, not fields. Let me cut this. Should be inside a v model. So v model fields.name, and what we are saying there is that if a user provides something in the input, so we will have fields.name, and then the value will be whatever they provide in the form. So the name will be the property. So that explained. I'll do the same for email and password. So email input, change that to email. Then password, change that to password. Then for confirm password, change that to confirm password. And actually, I'm going to change this. And that's because Laravel expects this to be password confirmation when we are registering. So I'll change this so that we don't have issues down the line to password confirmation. Yeah, that's good. Then when a user clicks the submit button, let's listen for a submit event. So at submit, then let's prevent the default behavior. And then after that, let's call a submit method. Then down here, let's go ahead and create that method. So I'll say methods, and that is submit. And for now, I'm just going to console log the fields. So this dot fields. So let's test that and see if it's working. So I'll go to the browser. This is what we have. So let's fill the form, hit submit, and there we go. We get the object. We have name, email, and password. So that's working. So the next thing, we need to send those details to the server to be registered. So for that, we can write the logic to register a user manually, or we can use a package. In this tutorial, we'll use a package. So let's go to the documentation. And here I'm going to search for Fortify. Then I'll go to installation. Then run this. I've already done that. So run this to install it. Then run this to install to publish the resources. Then migrate your migrations. Then after that, come here and copy this line. Then go to your providers that is inside your configuration app.php. Let's go there. So configuration app.php, and here where we have providers, paste yours here. So here is mine. I had already pasted it. Then go to configuration fortify.php. Then scroll down here where we have views. So this is for the routes for authentication. And since we are not using the Laravel routes, we have our login and registration in the front end, and it's being controlled by Vue router. So we don't need these routes. So I'll change this to false. Then at the bottom, these are the features that Laravel Fortify comes with. For this tutorial, we're only going to use the registration feature. So I'm going to comment out the rest. And that way I will have disabled them. Then save. Then let's see the routes that have been created by 45 for us. So I'll run php add and route list. I have a typo. So you can see here we have for registration, we have this register, then registered user controller, then it hits the store method. So let's go ahead and define that in our API. So here we will have our public routes here. So let's say route, the method is post. Then let's go to register. And after that, we are going to load the registered user controller, registered user controller. There we go. Then it's a class. Then the method is store. And we are done with that. So let's go to our register. And here we are going to use Axios, which comes by default with Laravel. So we don't need to do anything. So we'll say Axios dot the method is post. So we are going to /API /register. And I'm using API because the routes in this file, they get prefixed with the word API. So come back here. Then after that, what do you want to send to the server? It's this .fields. Then if that is successful, we'll say .then. If that is successful, we'll have a callback function here. And what do you want to do? So we will redirect the user to the dashboard. So this .router .push, then the name of the route, and that is dashboard. What if we have an error? So we will say .catch. And for now, we will just console log the error. So console log the error. Okay, let's test this and see if it's working. So go to the browser. This is our application. We will fill our form, then sign up. Yeah, and it worked. So we were redirected to the dashboard. Let's check our network. So here's the request that we made. So we can see we hit this endpoint, API /register post method, and it was successful. So if we check the database as well, we see a user was created. So now our registration is working. Let's go ahead and implement validation. So when you come here, so we are console logging the errors. Let's see what that is giving us. So I'll go to registration, register, then console, then sign up without providing anything, and we get this object. And then when we try to expand it, we see here we have response. Then inside response we have data. Then inside data we have errors. Then inside errors is where we have our errors: email field required, name, and password. So let's go ahead and console log that. So that was error dot response dot data. Was it? Let's see. So error dot response dot data. Let's start again. Error response data errors. Okay, after data it's errors. Let's see what that will give us. Come back, clear that again, and yes, we get an object of arrays. So to output those errors in on our UI, what we will do is that we'll come here. I will create another object, errors, and have it as empty by default. And then here I'm going to say this.errors. So just in case we have errors, it will be equal to whatever we have here. So I'll cut that and have that here. And we don't need that. Then to output that, I'll come here, I'll have a span tag. Okay, and I'll say vif errors.name is true. So remember, errors is an object. If we come back here, so we are checking errors.name. If we have something, then that's when we want to display something here. So let's come back. If errors.name is true, so we want to output errors.name, and that will give us an array, as you can see here. So if you open this errors.name, this is an array, and the error that we want is the first element. So that is it's in index 0. So we can come here and say give us errors.name, then in the array give us the index 0, and I'll give this a class of error to style it a bit. Then I'm going to grab this and do the same thing for email. Then just change this to email. Then do the same for the password and change this to password. And then we don't need for password confirmation. Then I'm going to add that error class. So I'll go to my CSS. Then I have that class here, so I'll just uncomment it. So we're just adding giving it a color of red, some margins, and giving it a display of block. We'll save that and let's see that if it's working. So if I come back and try to submit, we get the errors straight from the server. If I try, the email field is required, and if I try to give something that is not a valid email, it changes to the email must be a valid email address. So validation and registration is working. Next, let's see how to display the name of the registered user here dynamically. See you then. Cheers. Now it's the perfect time to introduce Laravel Sanctum, because we need it to fetch an authenticated user. And the most important thing is to understand how it works so that you can be able to apply it in any project. And I'm going to explain it in a very simple way so that you understand how it works. So the first thing we will do, we'll go to the editor, then go to kernel.php, then this line 42 and comment it. And then you can save. And here we see it states that it ensures front-end requests are stateful. So that simply means it ensures all the requests that are coming via the API.php, they can be authenticated using cookie-based authentication. But what exactly is cookie-based authentication, and how does Laravel Sanctum play part in this? Let's see what happens. So this is what happens. When you come to the browser, I'm going to register. So I've signed up. So now I'm registered. When you go to the request, you click on it. You'll see here we have response headers. And this is what Laravel application gives us in exchange of giving it our information. And when you scroll down, you see here we have set cookies. And here the first one, it has CSRF token, and this is responsible for protecting you from cross-site request forgery. Then when you scroll down, we have this set cookie Laravel session, and we have this ID. Now this is very important. You can think of this ID as a phone number. So you give Laravel your information, and then it gives you a unique phone number. Now, hold that thought up to that point. So you have a unique phone number, Laravel has your information, and it also has a copy of that unique phone number. So now, let's go to the editor, and here we have an example of a route that is there by default. I didn't create it, and this route, when you go to /API user, it should return a user. So how does it return a user? This is what happens. The moment you hit this endpoint, the browser will automatically send what you have here in the header along with the requests. So when it gets to the server, now we have a request to that wants to fetch a user, and also along it is carrying the ID, which we said it's like the phone number. So Laravel Sanctum, so this is the first thing that will be hit, the middleware. So the Sanctum will check the phone number from the browser, and then it will compare with all the phone numbers that it has. Then if we have a match, it will automatically know it's Alfio because the phone number was unique. And if you have a match, it will allow you to continue with the request, and now you'll be able to hit this end, and then you'll be able to get the user. So it knows it's Alfio because of the phone number, which was unique. If it fails at this point, you'll not be able to get to this point. Simple. That's how cookie-based authentication works. So it's a cookie, but inside the cookie, we have a session ID, sorry. And that session ID is what will be compared. And you can think of it as a phone number to make it simple. So let's apply that to fetch the authenticated user that has just logged in. So this is the ID of that user. So we'll go to dashboard, and then here I'm going to have a data property, then data function, not a property. Then we're going to return an empty object, and we're going to have name as an empty string by default. Then you're going to say whenever this component is mounted, so you're going to use mounted method, we want to do something. So we want to make a request to the server. So we will use Axios. So this dot, not this, Axios dot get. Then the endpoint is API, then user. So if it's successful, so we can say .then. So if that is successful, what we will do, we'll just take the response, and then just console log it. Response. And if the request is not successful, so let's catch the error. Say error. And then you can just console log the error. Okay, and that's it. So now, the moment this component is mounted, we are going to hit this end, and then we are going to send our phone number that we received along with that request. Then we will hit the API. Then Sanctum will take charge and will confirm, is that number your number? Is that number present in my system? Yes. If yes, who does it belong to? Alfio. So I will return Alfio's details. But if there is no match of that number, it will fail. So let's test this and see if it will work. Come back. So go to the console. and yeah, it's working. We have a response because it has compared and it has found a match. So here to grab the name, so you can think of the whole object as a response. Then inside it we have data. Then inside data we can grab name. So here we can come and say console log response dot data dot name. Let's see what we get. And we get the name Simon. So now we can output that. So we can say here, instead of console logging, let's remove the console log. We can say this dot name is equal to response dot data dot name. So then here we can output the name. Say name. Save. Let's see if that works. And there we go. We are able to grab the name. Now, let me prove to you that if the ID don't match, it won't work. So if I go to application, I go to cookies, then these are the cookies for this domain, and I clear them. So now, when we make another request, we refresh, it will make a new request. And then there will be nothing to send. There will be no ID to send. So when we hit here, Sanctum will not receive any ID. So it will not know who you are. So it will fail. Let's refresh the page and see if it will fail. So go to console and refresh. And there we go. It fails. And here we get an error, unauthorized. And that's it. That's how it works. Simple as that. And that's it for this video. See you in the next video where we are going to talk about logging out. Cheers. Taka is logged in. Let's go ahead and log him out. So I'll go to the editor, and here we have our logout route. So I'll create it. So that will be route, method is post, and then logout. And then you have a controller, which is authenticated session controller. Then it's a class, and the method that we are going to load is destroy. Yeah, so think of it, if you are logged out, you should not be able to hit this route. This should only be accessible to people who are logged in. So it means this route should be protected, and you should only be able to hit it when you are authenticated. So I'm going to protect it using this middleware. Copy that, paste it here, and I believe you're good. So let's go to the dashboard. Then where we have the logout button, link rather. So I'll say at click. Then when that happens, we'll call logout. Then let's go ahead and create that method. So here I'll have methods, then logout, and I'm going to copy all this and update it. So Axios, the method is post, not get. Then we're going to API/logout. Then if the request is successful, let's redirect to the home page. This dot router dot push, pass an object, and then the name of the route, and it's home. So if there is an error, let's just console log the error. So save that. Let's test it. Come here, log out. Yeah, and it's working. And if you try to go to the dashboard, since the session is now destroyed, you don't see your name, and we have an error of unauthorized. Okay, that's working. That's good. That's it for this lesson. See you in the next one where we'll work on logging in. Cheers. Okay, let's work on the last part of authentication, and that is login. So I'll copy this, then I'll change this to login. The method is post. Then the controller is the same as this one for logout. I'm reading that from the route list, so paste that. Then the method is store. Is it? Yeah, store. So we are done with setting up the route. So now let's go to the form. So the form should have some similarities with the register. So I'll come here. Let's grab this V model. Then to the login, for the input email, I'm going to have this and change this to email. Then for the password, the same, and change it to password. Then for the data, so let's start with these spans. For the errors, should be the same. We'll just change this to email. Then for the password, then change this from name to password. Then after that, we need a click event. When the button is clicked, we grab this and we will call a submit event, a submit method, sorry. Then paste that here. Then let's go ahead and create that method. I'll just grab it from register. First, let's grab the data. So here we come here and we paste the data. Then the method, it's the same. Copy that. We'll just make some few changes. The method is post. The endpoint is login. Then we will send the fields. Then if it's successful, we will redirect to the dashboard. If there is an error, we will display them. So save that. Let's test that. Back here, login. Yes, we have the errors. Let me try to log in this person. Yay, it's working. We have their name, logout. They're logged out. They go to the login. They log in again. And they live happily ever after. That's it for login. Next, let's create some success messages to give a user feedbacks when a request is successful. See you then. Cheers. Before we proceed, I'd like to mention something that is very important. If you visit the documentation and read on Laravel Sanctum, you'll see that when creating SPAs with Laravel, the SPAs might exist in the same repository as your Laravel application, like in our case, or might be an entirely separate repository. Please note, if it's an entirely separate repository, the configuration is slightly different. For example, when logging in a user, you first need to make a request to this endpoint, Sanctum CSRF cookie, and then inside here you can make a request to your API login route, and that is to protect your application from CSRF attacks. But in our case, we did not do that, and that is because we are loading the root component from a route that is inside the web.php file, and all routes inside that file are protected with CSRF by default. This is the takeaway. If you have an SPA that is entirely separate from your Laravel application, make sure to check out the documentation And as long as you understand how Laravel Sanctum works, which is something that we've covered, it should be easy to implement it. With that said, let's switch back to our application. So this is our application, and check this out. If I log in, I'm logged in, but I can still see login and register. That is very bad user experience. Let's go ahead and fix that. I'll go to the editor, go to login view, and here after logging in, if a login is successful, we need a way to track if someone is logged in or not. Then use that information to display the links dynamically. And I'm going to use local storage for that. So here I'll say local storage dot set item. Then I'll use a key of authenticated. Set the value to true. I'm using string because local storage doesn't support booleans. Then after that, I need to inform the root component because that's where we have our sidebar. I need to inform it that someone has been logged in, then use that information to display the links that we want. So here I can emit an event. Emit, and I'll call it update sidebar. Okay, let's go ahead and listen for that event here at update sidebar. Notice that here I'm using kebab case, not camel case as before. And this is because the documentation recommends that we use kebab case. So from now henceforth, we'll be using kebab case. So after listening for that, we will call a method by the name update sidebar. Let's go ahead and call that method update sidebar. I'm going to create a data property here, and we will see what it does in a minute. Logged in to false. Okay, so by default, someone is not logged in. It's false. And when you log in, if it is successful, we emit that method, that event. Then we listen for it. And now since you're logged in, for this method to be called, it means you're logged in. Let's change the status to true. This dot logged in equals to opposite of it, this dot logged in. So that will change it if it's true to false, if it's false to true. Now let's go ahead and use this information to render the links that we want to be shown to the user. I'll come to the last one. We want this to be shown the dashboard if someone is logged in. So I can simply say v if, what's happening today? V if logged in is true. Then copy this. And then only show login if login is false. The same for register if login is false. Save that. Let's see if that's working. So here we can see we don't see the dashboard because login is false. So let's log in and see. Good. We are logged in and now we don't see the login and register. But check this out. If I refresh the page, oh my god, we are back to square one. We still see register and login. Let's fix that. So what I'll do, of course we know if we check the local storage, it's been set to authenticated is true. So we can use that information to fix that problem. So let's come here, the app.view, scroll down, and here let's say when the component is mounted, so when you refresh it gets mounted. So when it's mounted, let's check the local storage. So if local storage dot get item and the key we used is authenticated, if that is true, let's do something. So if that is true, we will take this dot logged in and set it to true. And if that is not true, we'll take login and set it to false. Okay, let's see if that fixes the problem. Come back, refresh. We are good. Refresh again. We are good. That's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's see how to hide the dashboard from guests. Cheers. This is where we stopped in the last lesson. I logged out and then I don't see login and register, and we see the dashboard. And if you check the local storage, authenticated is still true. And that is not correct. It should be false because we are logged out. Let's fix that. So let's go to the dashboard, and then when a user logs out, add this line. So we will remove the item authenticated so that now authenticated becomes false. Then after that, remember the root component, the login is still true. We need to emit an event to change it to false. So I'll come back here, and then you can just emit the same event that we used, that is update sidebar. And here's the method. It just toggles the status from true to false or false to true. So when you're logged in, the status is true. So if you emit that event, it will be changed to false. Okay, let's see if that works. Come back. Let's clear the local storage to start from scratch. Then refresh. And let's log in. Great. So we see the dashboard. We don't see login and register. And in the local storage, authenticated is true. Let's log out. Great. We don't see the dashboard. We see register and login. And if you check the local storage, it is cleared. That's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's learn about navigation guards. Cheers. I currently like our application. It is much better. We don't see the dashboard link, and therefore we cannot be able to visit our dashboard. But what happens if someone tries to navigate to the dashboard manually? There's only one way to find out. Let's try it out. So I'll come here and go to /dashboard. Oh my God. What is happening? We are making 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But let's fix it. We are developers and our work is to solve problems, right? Let's go to our routes. And here we want all our routes to be visible to the entire world, regardless of whether you are logged in or not, except for these 3 routes. This is where we draw the line. So we only want the login route to be visible if someone is a guest. So what we can do, we can use the meta property, and we say it requires guest to be true. The same for the register. And then for the dashboard, we only want it to be visible if someone is logged in. So we will set requires auth to be true. So it doesn't require you to be a guest. Then after that, I have this code that I had already pasted here, and I'm going to explain what is happening. So we are going to use a method from this router called before each. And this, let me remove all this. So it's a method. Then inside it, we are calling another function, and this function takes 2 arguments. The first one is true to the route that we are visiting, and this one will check which route we are coming from. Then in here, I'm checking the local storage. So remember, if we are logged in, the local storage will have something. If you are not, it will be empty. So here we are checking if we are authenticated, if it's true. So, not checking, sorry. We are we are checking from the local storage if the authenticated is true. Then we are going to run this if statement. So we are checking, is authenticated true? That passes. Then we are checking, is the route that the person is visiting requires guest to be true? So let's say, for example, someone is visiting the login route. It checks, does it have the meta of requires guest to be true? If that is correct, we redirect that person to the dashboard. Then we are also checking, is authenticated false? Like in our case now in the browser, authenticated is false. Then it goes ahead and check, does the route that we are visiting have this meta requires auth to be true? Yes, it has, requires auth to be true. So we are not authenticated, and meta requires auth is true. So if all this is true, we redirect them to the login route. Let's see if that's working. I'll save that, come back here, and then we automatically redirected to the login. If I try to go to the dashboard again, dashboard, we are redirected to the login. Let's try to log in and try the other routes when we are logged in. So here, login. I'm logged in. Let's try to visit the login route. We get redirected to the dashboard. Let's try register. So register, back to the dashboard again. That's it. Hey developers, we agreed that our work is to solve problems, right? We have another one. In your .env file, we have this session lifetime, and I believe for you it's reading 120. And that means if you spend 120 minutes without interacting with the server, your session will be destroyed and technically you'll be logged out. So change it to 1 minute to make it easy to test. Then after that, go to your browser, log in. Then you'll be redirected to the dashboard. Spend 1 minute without doing anything. Then after that, try refreshing your page. And you'll notice that you no longer have the user's name here. And if you check your network, you see you have this for one status code, unauthorized. So we sent the session that we had from our browser, but when it reached the server, it was destroyed, so it was not authenticated. And that's why we are not able to fetch the name. And if you check your Vue component using the Vue developer tools, you'll see that logged in is still reading true, and yet we are logged out. If you also check your local storage, authenticated is still reading true, and we are not authenticated now. So it will be nice if a user spends 120 minutes without interacting with the server, and they try to load this component in any way. We redirect them to the login page, and we also clear the local storage, and we also reset this to false. And to do that is very easy. Just go to your dashboard, and then here where we have mounted, so we were just console logging an error before, so we will stop doing that. And what we will do is that we will check if error.response.status is 4 or 1 that we are getting now, which means we are unauthorized. We'll emit this update sidebar event, and remember this was toggling the login status. So now we can see that the login status is true. It will be toggled to false. Then we are going to remove the authenticated key, so we will no longer be authenticated, and then redirect them to login. So the moment I save this and go to the browser, you will notice that we are redirected to the dashboard. And if you try to do what we've done again, you will see that after 1 minute, if you try to refresh or click on the dashboard, it will redirect you to the login page. So now you can change this back to 120 minutes. And that's it for this lesson. See you in the next lesson, where now we will start implementing CRUD functionalities of our categories. Cheers. I've already implemented some things to avoid this lesson being too long by repeating something that we've already done. So what I've done is that first I've created this categories folder inside pages. Then inside it I have this create categories component, and here we have just the HTML and the CSS. And in my routes. I've imported it here, then registered it here. So when you go to /categories create, then create categories is the name of the route. Then the component is create categories, and it requires you to be authenticated to see it. Then I went to the dashboard, and here where we have create categories, now I'm using router link, and it's going to the category, to the route with the name create categories. Now if I go to the browser and click create categories, this is what we have. Now we need to post the category provided by a user from this component to the server. And to do that, I'm not going to repeat all that from scratch. We've already done that in lesson 7, where we covered registration. It is the same thing. The only difference is that in registration, we had the controller, the model, and the migration created for us by default. But in this case, we have to create all that from scratch. So for grabbing the data, I'm not going to go in depth about that. So if whatever I'm going to do is not going to be, you're not going to understand it, it's not going to be that clear, please revisit that lesson and everything will be clear. So here, this is what we have. Ignore the code that is commented out. So we have a form, and then we want to grab a name, and then when we submit it, we have this field property. Then we'll get the name, and then we will post it to this API /API categories create, which is not yet created. We are going to create it, and then if it is successful, we reset the input to empty, the errors to empty as well. And if there is an error, we catch the error and we populate it inside this object, and then we can be able to output it here. All that, please, if it's not clear, please revisit that lesson. Lesson 7, that is, where we talked about registration and validation in depth. With that said, now for us to post our data to the server, we will need a migration, we will need a controller, and we will need a model. Let's go ahead and create all that. So PHP, add some, make model, let's call it category, and also let's make a migration and a controller. And that will create for us the 3. Yeah, that is model, migration, and controller. Let's go ahead and define how we want our migration to look like. So it's here. And it we are only interested in the name of the category. So we'll have it as string, then name. That's it. Run migration. And now if you check your GUI, we should be able to have that. So I'll refresh this. And yes, we have categories, and it's empty as of now. Next thing, let's go and create the API. We don't need this. We don't need this as well. So let's go ahead and create this API. I'll go to our APIs. And then that should be a private route, since you have to be authenticated to post it. So we will come here where we have categories. I see I had already created it. So it is categories, create, then category controller, which you've already created, and the method is store. Let's see if it's yeah, it's imported at the top. So let's go to that controller. So I'll grab the logic and then I'll walk you through. First, let's import categories, since you need to use that model. So here we are validating the name that we are requesting. We are ensuring that it's required. The user doesn't send an empty field. And you're also ensuring that it's unique to the categories table. After that, if that passes, then you are going to request the name here. Then we are going to create a new instance of the category, so it will be empty. After that, we are going to set the property name inside that empty object to be equal to the name that we are grabbing. So now we'll have a category and it will have a name property and a value. Then we are returning after saving the category in the database. Let's save that. Let's see if that's working. I try to submit. Yes, it does. Let's try something. Spot. You see the validation is working. Name field is required. So submit. Let's confirm in our GUI if that is received. Yes, it's received. Let's try to see if the unique validation is working. So I'll come here and try the same thing, spot. And we are told the name has already been taken. This is great, it's working, but I think it's good to give the user feedback that the message has been posted successfully. And this, I think, is a good point to introduce flash messages. So let's go ahead and implement that. So we'll go here, and I have the HTML, how it's supposed to look like. So we have this. Let's remove this for now. We have this div with a class of success message, and the text is category created successfully. Then we have some styles for it. So let's go to app.css. Okay, app.css. There we go. So here are the styles. You can grab them in the source code. So we have some padding, some border radius, the color of the text, the background color, then position is fixed, then top 30 pixels and right 30 pixels, so that it appears at the top right side of the window. Okay, I'll save this. Then come back here. So we only want to show this if success is true. So we're going to create a data property here, success, and set it to false by default. And up here, let's show this message if success is true. Then we'll come to our post method, and then in here, if it is successful, let's change the success to true so that we can be able to see the success message. So this dot success equal to true. Then after that, I'd like to, this is optional, you don't have to do this. I'd like to hide the success message after 2.5 seconds. So we can use the set time interval function. So here it takes a function as the first argument. Then we can say what we want to happen. So we want to take this dot success and change it to false so that we hide the message. Then as the second argument, you can pass the amount of time you want that to take. Let's go with 2.5 seconds. So let's see if that's working. Go back, try something. Submit, category created successfully. Then it disappears. That works perfectly. That's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's see how to display the list of the categories that we've created. Cheers. I've decided to split this lesson into two to make it easier for someone who is coding along. Here what I've done is that I've created this categories list component inside the categories, and then I've pasted the UI, which is just HTML and CSS and nothing more. After that, I've gone ahead to register it in our routes. At the top, I've imported it. Then at the bottom here, I have registered it. So we have, when you go to this path /categories, the name of the route is categories list. The component to be rendered is categories list, and one has to be authenticated to see that component. After that, to the dashboard where we have categories list, I've implemented the anchor tag so that now we are using a router link instead of an anchor tag. And so when you click to categories list, it should take you to that component. And if you switch to the browser and go to dashboard, then categories list, it will take us to that component. And all this is hard coded. Then for create categories, it's working as well. I've implemented that. So if you are here, create categories, here it is. So I'm using the router link. Let's see, I think there is one more we need to implement, categories list. Yeah, this one is not working, categories list. So let's implement that. Categories list, so we can grab this and reuse it. Go to create categories. So this is where we have that anchor tag. Let's use a router link instead of an anchor tag. What I'll need now here is this span tag. Remove the anchor tag. Then after the categories list words, we can paste that, then save. Let's test that. Yes, and it's working. So in the next video, let's see how we can display all this dynamically from the database. Cheers. The approach to fetch categories is the same as the one that we use when fetching a user. So I'm going to grab this mounted method and then I'll use it. I'll just update it to suit our needs. So here we will change this to categories. We don't have that API. We are going to create it. And then here, let's just console log the response and see what we are getting. Here, let's console log the error. Okay, so that is done. Let's go ahead and create this API. So here you'll have categories and then route. The method is get to categories. Then our controller is category controller. And let's load a method by the name index. Let's go ahead and create that index method. So to category controller, so public function index, then let's return all the categories. So category model, so latest, so this will give us all the categories, but the latest method will arrange them from the one that was created last to the one that was created first. Let's see if that's working. Back to the browser and we do a refresh. And there we go. We have our data, our response, and our data, which is our array, is wrapped in this data property. So to fetch it, we will say response.data to get the array. Let's go ahead and do that to our component. And here we are going to create a data property. Then let's return an object. And in here we can have our categories. And by default, let's have it as an empty array. Then, if this is successful, we will take our categories and set them to response.data. Okay. Now that we have our categories, we can go ahead and loop through. Here we have these items, the first item, second one, the third one. I'm going to remove these two. Then this one I'm going to loop through and output the category dynamically. So here I can just say v4. Let's also grab the index. We will use it. So category and the index as well. Then after that, we need a unique key. And for that, we can use the category ID. Category.id. Then here, let's have a span tag to use our index. So we can just output our index. Then since index of an array starts from 0, let's use +1 so that we have our list reading from number 1 and not number 0. Then let's change this to category.name. and our code is complaining. Let's see what the problem is. V for category index. Yeah, we need to say in categories. Categories. Yeah, I think that should be fine. Yes, let's see if that's working. Go back, and yes, we are fetching the categories now from the database. That's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's see how we can edit a category. Cheers. Let's create the page to edit a category. I'll go to categories, and here I'll create edit categories. And the page is almost similar to create categories. So I'm going to grab everything and create categories. And then I'm just going to change this from create new to edit category. Then after that, let's go ahead and create the route to load this component. I'll go to index, and I'm going to import it first. So I'll copy this and modify it, change create to edit, then register the component in the routes. So I'll grab this, change create to edit, then I'll change this from categories create to categories, then I'll use a param edit. So here we are saying go to categories / anything, then / edit, then return this component, and whatever we pass here will be stored in this variable called id. And to get that as a prop, that id, you just set props here to true. Okay, so now let's go where we have our categories list and update this link so that when we click on it, it takes us to that edit page. So we'll go to categories list where we have that edit link here. So let's use router link instead of anchor tag. Then this should be edit. So we no longer need this now. Then this should go to where. Let's define that. So the name, we already have it, and that is create categories. No, this is not an object. Not create, edit categories, sorry. Categories. Then after that, we will pass, after this property, the second property is params. Since we are accepting params in our route to go to that edit page, and that's an object. And the object, we will say id. So that's the name of our param. From here, it's id. So instead of passing anything, we will set that to be, where's that page? Here we go. We will set that to be the category id. Category.id. So let's see that before we go to that route, let's accept the id as prop. So our edit, and here we can accept that as props. Props, our id. Okay, let's test that. I'll do a refresh, go to edit, and there we can see we are grabbing the id of 2. Let's try the other one. Edit, and we are grabbing the id of 1. So let's use this id to populate this form with the category associated with that id, so that we can be able to edit it. Okay, I'll come here, and so here in our categories list, we scroll down, we are fetching the categories. So I'll grab this and change it a bit. Let's go to edit, and here we'll have our mounted. So instead of fetching all the categories, let's fetch a specific one. So we'll go to /, and that will be the ID that we are getting as a prop. So this.id. Then after that, instead of setting the response data to this.categories, let's set it to this.field. So our field should be whatever we get from the API. So let's go ahead and create this API, and that should be private for you to edit it. So we'll grab this, have this here, and then I'll just update it. So the method is get and not post. Then we are going to / categories. Then you're also receiving an ID. And here, instead of using an ID, I'll use category so as to be able to use route model binding. Category, then we'll change the controller to category. Actually, let's grab this and have it here where we have categories. So this is category, controller, and the method is show, since we just want to get one item. Okay, let's go ahead and create that method. We have a problem. You need a comma here. Let's see, it's good now. So let's go ahead and create that show method. To our controller, so we can just come here and type here into the category, and then set it to category. So the category with that ID will be saved in this variable. So now we have the category, we can just return it because that's what we want to return from the API. Category. Let's see if that's working. Come back, we refresh, and there we go. We see spot. If we go to a different one, spot 3, there we go. We see it. So now let's go ahead and update this. So to update it, we'll go to edit category. And now we are going to use a different method here. So when we submit, we are not going to use a post method. We are going to use a put method. Then we'll go to / API categories. Then the category ID of that, the ID of that category that we want to update. So we will not use this. So here we can just say plus this .id. Then here, yeah, that's good. This .id. Then we pass whatever I want to pass. Then I think that should work. So save. Since we are updating, we are not creating. Let's go ahead and create this API. To the API. And then we have this one. Let's grab this and change it a bit. So the method now is put. So / categories and that category. So we'll use this to use route model binding and change the method to update. Okay, let's go ahead and create that method update. And that is almost similar to the store method. So I'll grab this. Then change this to update. We will need the request object to request the input. And now we have the category. Since we are receiving the ID, let's have it that way in category. So we'll request validate first. The name is required and should be unique as before. Then after we pass the validation, we are going to request the input, and after requesting it, we are not going to create a new object since we just want to update. So I'll remove that line, we don't need it. So we'll just update the category that we have here and update its name to the name that we get from the input, and then return category save. So let's see if that's working. Come back, refresh, and let's change this to updated. Submit. Created successfully. Let's change that from created to updated. Edit categories. Let's change that to updated. Okay, let's see. So it was updated. Let's update it again. Updated again. Updated. Created. Whoa. What's that? Updated, created, updated successfully. Okay, sorry about that. Categories list. Again, ×2. Submit. Check it out. And it's updated. And that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's see how to delete a category. Cheers. Before we delete a category, I have a challenge for you. Update the flash message logic so that when you update a category, instead of remaining on the same page and flashing the message here, you get redirected to this page and the flash message gets displayed here, and you also get the latest updated list here. Let the fun begin. Okay, now we can go ahead and delete a category. So I'll go to categories list, and this is where we have the delete button. Actually, let's change this to button instead of submit. Then let's add an event listener here. So we will listen for a click event. And if that is true, we will call a destroy method. Destroy method. We will also pass the ID of the category that we want to delete. So category.id. So let's go ahead and create that method. So here I'll have methods. And the method is destroy. And we also have the access to the ID of that category. And in here, I'll just grab this Axios and I'll just update it. So now we are making a delete request and not a get request to categories /. Then let's add that ID. Okay, then if the delete is successful, let's display a flash message. So here we can have a success property. Success to be false by default. Then let's grab the HTML for that, for displaying the flash message. We can have that here, and we can change this to deleted successfully. Then here, if the delete is successful, let's remove this, and we can use this. We can change the success to true. This dot success to true, and then after 2.5 seconds, let's change it back to false. I think we have it here. We don't need to type that again. And just grab this and have it here. So that should work. Let's go ahead and test that. No, we cannot test it because we've not created the API yet. So let's go to the API. Take this. Then we are going to change the method to delete. And the method that is going to be executed should be destroy. Okay, let's go ahead and create that destroy method. I'll grab this and change show to destroy. And here we are just going to take the category and we're going to delete it. And that's it. Let's see if that's working. So come back, delete. So deleted successfully, but we still have the politics here. Let's see the network and see if it was deleted. So let me refresh. Yeah, you see politics was deleted. Let's delete something else, culture. And here we have a successful request. You see, delete, and it was okay, it was deleted, but we don't get the latest updated list. So if I refresh, now we don't have culture. So let's fix that so that when we delete, we get the updated lists. So I'll come to categories list. Here we are. I'll extract this into a method. This is the method that is fetching the latest updated list. So I'll cut that. And then here in our methods, we have this one. Let's create another one. Sorry, let's create a method first. Fetched, let's say fetch categories. And then we will have that. So when we mount this component, we can call that method. So this dot fetch categories. And then when we delete something, if it's successful, we also do that at the end. Not there, when it's successful here. After the interval. Okay, so that should be here. Yeah. So save. Let's see if that's working. Come back. We do a refresh. Let's delete entertainment. Yeah, and it's gone. Sports, gone. Delete, gone. And that's it for this lesson. And the next lesson, I think we are going to switch gears to work on the CRUD functionalities of the posts. Cheers. At this juncture, let's switch gears and implement the CRUD functionalities of the posts. And the approach is going to be the same as for the categories. The only difference is that we're going to add more features. I've already implemented the UI, and what I've done is that I've created this post folder. Inside it, I have this create posts component, and here is the create post component. We have a form here, and then you have an input to grab the title of the post, an input to grab the image, a drop down to grab the category, and then a text area to grab the body, and at the end you have a submit button to submit the form. Then at the bottom we have the CSS for that HTML. After that, when you go to index.js, I'm importing the component here. Then after importing it, I'm registering it in the routes. So here we have the path. When you go to posts/create, the name of the route is create posts. The component that you should switch to is create posts, and then you're required to be authenticated to see that page. After that, when you go to the dashboard, for you this should be an anchor tag, so I've replaced it with the router link, and when you click on it, it should take us to create posts component. So now if you go to the browser and click create posts, we get our form to create a post. That's it for this lesson. See you in the next one, where we will learn how to create a post and persist it to the database. Cheers. We will first create the migration, model, and controller that we need to create a post. So I'll come to the terminal and I'll say PHP artisan make model, and I'll give it a name of post, and I'll also create a migration and a controller. When that is done, let's go ahead and define how we want our posts table to look like. So I'll grab the code for that and then I'll explain. Now the posts table should have a column of title of the posts. We will also have a slug. We will also need to know the person who created that post. So we'll need a user ID, and that will reference the ID on users table, so that if we have that ID, we can be able to get the details of that user. And on delete, we cascade, and that means when we delete a user, we should also delete all posts associated with that user. And then here we'll also have a category ID to know the category that is attached to that post. On reference, it references ID on categories table so that we can get the details of that category. Then on delete, we also cascade. Then we are also going to save the image path. We cannot save an image in the database. So what we are going to do, we are going to save the path to that image, and then we are going to save the image in Laravel. Then we are also going to have the text body. That's all we need for this tutorial. After that, I'll just run the migration. PHP artisan migrate. Sorry, we have a typo. Yeah, and now if I switch to my GUI and I refresh my tables, I have the posts table now, and this is how it should look like. With that said, now let's go ahead to our, we can close this, we no longer need that. Let's come to our create posts component and implement the logic that we need to grab the data that we need to send to the backend. So first of all, we will implement things that we've already covered. For example, the success message. So I'll just grab that HTML here, and I'll have it here, and I'll modify this to posts created successfully instead of category. And since we are checking for the success property, we need to create that. So here we'll have data, which returns an object, and here we will have success, and by default it will be false. Okay, now after that, let's go ahead and now grab the title. So we no longer need the name attribute, so we will use the model fields dot title, just as before in other resources that we were creating. So fields dot title, and then here we will have that fields, and it will be an empty object. Let's also go ahead and add the code for displaying errors in case we have errors. I'll just come here, I'll grab this, and I'll just modify it. All this should be easy at this point. Then it's title and not name. Great. And then since we are now grabbing something from the data, errors.title, we need to create that errors property. So here we'll have errors, and it will be an empty object by default. After that, I think we are good there. Let's now switch to images. Here we cannot use vmodel because vmodel doesn't support input with a type of file. So we are going to use at input, and that means if something is selected, we can do something. Let's call a method that we will use to grab the file. So I can call the method grab file. Then let's go ahead and create that method. So here I'll have my methods, and the first one is grab file. I'll pass the event object. Let's console log it and see what we get. This will help us to grab the file. So let's see from scratch how this works. Come back, refresh to see, to ensure you don't have any errors. Yes, we don't. Select an image, and this is our event object. So to get the image, the file that we want, we will take the event object, then .target. After target, we'll go .files. .files. I'm not sure why my texts are distorted. It's back, it's good. .files. Then after .files, we can see that we have a file list and we have our file, and the name is pushups, and you can see here it's pushups. So to get our file, it is event.target.files. Then this will return an array. So since we only have one image, we will grab the first element which has an index of 0. So to grab our file, we'll come here, we will console log it to see if it's working. So it's e.target.files, then the first one. Let's see what we get. Clear the console. Then you can see that now we are getting the file. So at the end of the day, we want to send our fields. So our file should be inside the fields. So what I'll do, I'll grab this and I'll have a constant, and I'll say file. Our file should be equal to this one. Then this dot fields dot file will now be equal to the file that we've created. So now we have our file. Let's go ahead and display when a user uploads an image. Let's go ahead and display the preview of that image. So we will come just below that here. I'll create a div with a class of preview. Class of preview. Then here I'll have an image tag. Then here I'll bind the URL. So we need a URL target to display that image. We need to create it somehow. We will see how we will create it. So we will have URL. Let's go ahead and have that in our data. So here we can say URL. By default, it will be an empty string. So if you come now and refresh, you won't see anything because it's an empty string, so we cannot be able to see the image. This is how we create that URL. So here we can say this dot URL. So we are going to change this from an empty string is equal to, we will use the URL object, and then here dot, you can see that you have several methods here. We will use the create object URL. Then you just need to pass the file that you want the browser to create a URL for you. So I'll just say file, and what this will do, the browser will create a URL for the file that we've uploaded. And since we have the URL, this will change. And if that changes, since it's reactive, this will also change. And now we'll have a URL for an image. So if I save this, go back to the browser, I upload an image. There we go, we have its preview. Let's go ahead and change its styles. I feel like it's too big. So I already have those styles, so I'll just grab them. Should be here. There we go. It's just 2 lines of codes. So maximum width 100% and maximum height of 120 pixels. So if I come back and refresh, at least I think this is better. I like this one more. Okay, after that, let's include the code for showing an error in case we have an error. So I'll have it here, and I'll change this from title to file. Great. Now let's go ahead to the categories. So here we will use, you don't need the name since you're going to use vModel. So we will say fields dot category ID. So remember, we are expecting an ID, the category ID in the backend. That's why I'm using category ID. Okay, now if you continue, we don't have the categories. We need to fetch them from the database. So what we are going to do, we will create here a categories property, categories, and by default it will be an empty array. Then I'm not going to create the logic to fetch the categories. We already have that in categories list, since we are fetching categories in categories list. So I'll just come here, and here's the method. Then I'll grab this, then come back, and here I'll say when this component is mounted, kindly run that. So we already have this API. We don't have to do anything. So now that we have our categories, we can come here. I'll delete these two. I'll leave this hard-coded, the select option. We need it always. Then here I'm going to loop through this category. So V for category in categories. Then the key, I'm going to use the category ID since it will be unique. Category dot ID. Then here let's output the category name. Category dot name. And the value that we want to send to the backend, it's category ID. What's happening? No, we don't need all that. Sorry. You just need to bind this and then use category ID. Category dot ID. Then save that. Let's see that. If we have our categories, then refresh. Unfortunately, oh, I think we have them. Yeah, we have them, sports, nature. But now notice that we don't see our select option the way it was before. So to fix that, I'll come here, and then where we have selected disabled, we no longer need selected. We are not using that. So we'll just have it as disabled. Then we'll give it a value of an empty string. And then by default, we will come to our data fields, and we'll have category ID, category ID. By default, it will be an empty string. And what will happen is, since by default it's an empty string, so when we load this page, it will check fields.category ID. It's an empty string. And since here for the other options, the value will be different, will be IDs, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, but here will be empty string. So it will take whatever is empty and it will select it, and it will be like it has been selected. So if I save this and come back, now we have our select option the way it's supposed to be, and that is nice. Okay, after that, let's have the code for displaying errors. And that should be after the select tag, and this should be category ID. We will use category ID for now, but we will customize this so that our error message makes sense, not displaying. You're supposed to provide a category ID. Okay, so after that, what else do we need? We need the text area. So we don't need this name attribute. We will use vModel, and that is fields dot body. And I think we are good. So if a user clicks submit, let's listen for that submit event here, no, in the form. So at submit, then let's prevent default. Then we are going to call a method called submit. Let's go ahead and create that method. So here after grab files, let's have submit. And for now, let's just console log what we are getting, and that's it, nothing else. So console log fields, this dot fields. to be sure that we are getting everything that we intend to get. So let's go back. Let's fill the form, fill the image, and then click submit. And yes, we get category ID, the title, the body, and the file. We have everything we need. So now we are ready to post, to send our data to the API, and then the API will do its thing. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. So here, I'm not going to type everything. I'll paste some code here and I'll explain what is happening. And I'm pasting because this is something that we've already done. So I'll get this submit, returns here, come back here, replace this, and let's remove this. Okay, now what we are doing is that we are sending our data to API/posts. Then we are sending our fields object, and since we are using an image in our form, we need to include this in the headers of our request. Content type multipart form data, otherwise it will not work when you're using an image. After that, if it is successful, we want to reset the fields to empty, the URL that we used to show the image preview to null. Then this .category ID, remember we had this as an empty string by default. We want it to be reset. Then success to true, so that we can see the success message. The errors, we need to clear any errors we had. Then we set a timeout. This is something that we've already done, to return the success to false so that we can hide the success message. And if there is an error, we will catch all the errors here and save them in the errors object. That's all. So with that, let's go ahead and create our API. And before we do that, I've remembered there is something I've not explained, which is very important. This line, when we do this, we create a URL in the browser. And with time, the URLs that we are creating will accumulate in the browser, and this will cause memory leaks and it will affect performance. But the good thing is, most modern browsers will delete the references when you unload this document. But to be safe, it's always good to do that manually. So to delete the references whenever you unload this document, what you do is that you just use the same URL object, dot, then we have this method called revoke object URL, then you pass the file. And that way you are assured that you'll not have memory leaks, which are caused by you uploading these files that you are previewing. So I'll save that. Now let's go ahead and create our API. So I'll go to our API. So here I'll grab this for posts. Then here I'll have posts. Paste that. And then you'll realize that I just used API posts, but here I'm using categories create. So the convention in Laravel is to use /posts and not create. We use create when we want to show a view to create the categories. So if you want, you can change this. That's why I'm using posts now, but it's not a big deal. It will still work. After that, we are going to load the controller that we created, and that is post controller. Then the store method. So let's go ahead and create that store method. So I'll go to post controller, and here I'm also going to paste the logic for that, and then I'll explain. So to here, controller, I'll grab this, come back here. So here I'll be very brief, and in case it's not clear, I have a video where I explain this in depth. The same logic that is here in the series that I did of Laravel, creating the same app with the Laravel, I explain everything in depth. but here I'm not going to do so. So in case something is not clear, I'll leave a link in the description. You can check that. So we need a post, so I'm going to import it at the top since we are using it, the post model. Use post model. Then we have this string slug method, so use string eliminate support. Okay, now let's go ahead and see what is happening. So we are validating the inputs that we are getting. The file should be an image and everything is required. Then if that passes, we request the title and save it in this variable. We will use it later. Then the category ID, we save it in that variable. Then we need to set the slug that we are going to use. So at the end of the day, we want something like this. So for example, if a user types the title to be something like my title, so this is what we want at the end of the day, my title, to have an hyphen, not an equal sign. Then at the end, we add an hyphen and the ID of that post. And why are we adding an ID? Since an ID of every post will be unique, so that if anyone creates another post with the same title, my post, now the ID will be different, and therefore we can be assured that the title will always be unique. So to achieve this at the end of the day, what we are going to do is that we need to know this ID of the post that we are creating before it's even created. How do we do that? First, we check the post count. If we have something in the database. If we don't have anything, it means this will evaluate to false. That's why we have this exclamation mark. So we are checking if the post count is false, it means we don't have anything in the database. Then it means the post that we are creating will automatically have an ID of 1. And that's why here we have post ID equals to 1. Then if that is not the case, so it means we have something in the database. So let's assume we have 10 posts in the database. So what will happen? We will come here and check posts latest. That will check the latest post created. Post latest first. We'll check the latest post created, the last one. Then it will check the ID. Of course, the ID will be 10. So it means the post that we are creating now, the ID will be 11, and that's why we are adding 1. So with this logic, we can be able to know the ID of the post that we are creating before it's even created. Okay, now that we have the ID, let's go ahead and create a slug. So to create a slug, we will use this string slug method. Then we will pass the title that we already have. So let's say it was this one. Then here we want the white spaces to be replaced by the hyphen. So this is what will happen up to that point. Then after that, we are going to add this hyphen, which is this one. Then we are going to add the ID that we get from this logic. So if it is 1 or 11 or whatever the ID is, and that way we are ending up with a slug that it's unique without using any package. If you want, we have packages to do that for you, but I wanted to do it without a package. Then after that, we need the user ID. Remember from our migration. So we are going to grab the authenticated. We'll use this auth method, which will fetch the authenticated user and grab their ID. After that, the body is the same thing, just request the input from the body. Image path. Now here, we will request the file. Then after that, we will use this store method. And what this does, will create an image with a unique ID for us. Then we need to specify in what, it's not a must you pass this. So if you do this, now you are specifying in what disk do you want to save the image. So in my case, I want to save it in the public disk. And the public disk is, when you scroll down, you go to storage, app, public. This is our public disk. So it means our image will be saved in here. But if you want to create a folder inside this public, you can pass it as the first argument, and that is post images. So our images will be stored in public, then inside posts images folder. After that, this will return the path to that file. Then the path to that file, what I'm doing here is that I'm adding this, I'm prepending this to that file. So this is what will happen. So we'll have something like this. So posts images, that's where we have our images. So our images are in the public disk, then posts images. Then we will have the unique ID that will be created by the store. So our image maybe will have something like this, which is unique. Then I'm appending this before this. So at the end of the day, we will have something like this. Storage, public, this is what we are going to have. And we will see later why I'm appending this. There is a reason for that. We will see it later. Then after that, we can now go ahead and create our posts since we have everything we need. So we will instantiate a new post here. And then, so now we have an empty object. Then we will set the title of the post title, to be equal to whatever we are grabbing in our request. And then we'll do the same for the rest. So post image, we have it, post user ID, we have it, and then finally we will save that. So let's save this and see if it's working. So switch back, submit, and yes, we have the validation, the title is required, the file field, category ID, but we don't have for the body. Let's see what's happening there. So for the body, let's go to here. Let's check our body. Fields.body. I think that's fine. I'm not sure why it's not working. Yeah, we don't have the code to display the error. So I'll scroll up, grab this, scroll down, paste this. Then let's change this from file to body. Okay, let's see that. Did we test this to see if it's working? Yeah, it's working. Everything is working. Now let's go ahead and post something. So I'll fill that, then fill an image, then let's select that, let's submit, and yes, we have post created successfully. Let's check the database. Where's the database? Here we go. Refresh, and yes, we have the title, the slug, user ID, category ID. We have the image path, so storage, post images, and this unique ID is created for us. We have the body. That's nice. Okay, let's see if the image is uploaded. We scroll down, let's go to our storage. Yes, post images that we created, then inside it, and yes, we have our image. Yes, it is there. That's it for this lesson. Cheers. I have created 6 more posts to display in the front end. And before we fetch the posts from the database, we have an error here. And it's because we are emitting the update sidebar, and Vue wants us to declare it using the emits option. Let's fix that first. So I'll come here, I'll create a script tag. Then you'll have the emits. And here I'll pass the update sidebar. Update sidebar. Come back and do a refresh, and we are all good. You don't have any errors. Now, when you scroll down, you can see that we are displaying the latest 4 blog posts. Let's go ahead and fetch that from the database. So I'll come here in this home view. Let's have data here. Return an object. And here we will have our posts, and it will be an empty array by default. After that, we will have a mounted method. Mounted. So when this component is mounted, we want to fetch the posts from the database. And the logic for that is the same as what we used to fetch the categories. So I'll grab this and I'll just modify it to suit our needs. Grab it again. Here I'll paste it. So we will go to /API and then /posts. Then this one will be wrapped. Okay, we will deal with this later. Let's leave it like that for now. Then let's go ahead and create that API. So here I will grab this and we will have our posts here. This will be public. And then we'll change this to posts. Let's go ahead and create a controller for the homepage posts. So here we'll have PHP artisan make controller, and I'll call it home controller. Let's go ahead and change this to home controller. Let's also change let's go back here. Let's have this as home page posts. So we can say home posts. Come back here, change this as well to home posts. Okay, let's go to that controller. Post controller, not post controller, sorry, that is home controller. Then let's make that method. So it's public function and its index. And here, for us to return the data, we are going to use a different approach. We are going to use an API resource so that we can have more control of our data. Let's go ahead and create a resource controller, PHP artisan make resource. Then let's call it post resource. It's created. Let's go to that post resource. And here I'm going to grab some code and I'll explain what it does. This is what I'm going to use. And here we are simply saying when we get a post model, we want each post, what we want to return from each post. So we want to return an ID so that at least you can have a unique ID. We want the title to display it, the slug, we want the username. So you can think of this referring to the post. So this post, then this post user, the user who created it, then the name of the user. And now for now this will not work because we've not defined the eloquent relationship between a post and a user. Let's go ahead and do that. So we'll go to post, and here, since we have a post, what we want is a user. So public function, sorry. So user, then we'll return this, and you can think of this as referring to this model that we are in. So this post, belongs to a user. A post can only belong to one user. So belongs to a user, sorry, this post belongs to a user. What am I saying? This post belongs, yeah, to a user. So this should be a user model. And in case you want an in-depth explanation of this, I already have a video on this. Check out the link in the description. There is an in-depth explanation of this. So after that, we will copy this and we will go to user, paste that. So we're in the user model. So what we need is posts. So we can think of this referring to the model that we are in. So this user has many posts. So a user can have many posts. So has many post. Now that the eloquent relationship is defined, this should work. Then we have the body, the image path to display our images, and the time we are formatting it to be something that is easily readable by humans. We are done with that. The home controller, now we can go ahead and return that data. So return, use the post resource. Then you're going to use collection method, and here we are going to pass our post model. And so we don't want all the posts. So sorry, we don't want all the posts. What we want is latest, so that we get the ones that were created last. And we don't want all of them. We want to take 4 and then just get them. And that's it. I think we are done. Let's go ahead and test that. So if I come back here, before we test it, this will be different. If I go here, this will be wrapped in another data property. So we have to say .data.data. Save that. If you want, you can go ahead and console log the response to confirm that. So let's go to the browser. Let's have our DevTools. Then let's go to our API. Since we have an error, refresh. Let's go to our network, not our API. Then let's refresh and see what happens. Yeah, we have a 200 status code, so it's successful. And if you check the data, we have everything that we want. So we have the ID, the title, the slug, user, body, image path, and created that. So we can go ahead now and display that on this page. So close this. Come here. We have these hard-coded posts. 1, 2, they're supposed to be 4, 3, 4. No, this one, 4. Is it? No, 1, 2, 3. Those are 3. We need another one. The 4th one. Let's go ahead and delete these 3. Then let's loop through this one. So here we are going to use v4. Then sorry, not posts, in post. Then let's use the ID as the unique key. So post.id. Then for the image, we will bind it. And then we are going to use the post.image path. Let's see if that's working. Back here, now we don't have the images. I don't know why. Let's see. Post in posts. Sorry, this is in posts. Back here, still we don't have our images. What is happening? Source, post in posts. Okay. Then, okay, let's see if we have our posts. Inspect this. Check the dev tool. So that is home. Where is our arrays, posts array? Here it is, it's 0. So we are not fetching the posts. We have a problem somewhere. Okay, let's debug this together. Here is the issue. It's not categories, it's supposed to be posts. Okay, let's see if we have the posts now. Home. And our posts. Yeah, we have an array of 4 objects, as you can see. Okay, now let's close this, refresh, but we still don't have our images. Okay, let's see. So source post.image path. Was it image path? Let's see. image path. Yeah. Okay, I don't know why this is not working. Let's see. Help me out. Have you spotted the problem? Okay. I don't know. Let's see what we are getting here. Not page source. Element. So this is our, where's our div? Click on that. Yeah, so come here. Yes. So this is what you're getting: storage, post images. Yeah, I know what the problem is. So what is happening is we have our image path, but we cannot be able to see the image. And that's because if we come back here, then you come here, we have our images stored in this public disk. The images are not public. To make them public, we need to make a shortcut in our public folder. So all the assets that are in public folder are public. And to make that shortcut, we are going to use the symbolic link. So here I'm going to say PHP artisan storage link. And that will create a shortcut for us. So now if you come here, you see you have storage, and then you have post images, and then we have our images. And this is just a shortcut to reach our images. Now I believe it should work. Let's see that. Refresh. And yes, it's working. Great. Now let's go ahead and display the other details dynamically. So that is the time. We'll have post dot created at, then the author, that will be post.name. Is it post.name? No, post dot, let's see. We come here, then check our network, do a refresh. So it's post.user. Okay, post.user. Then scroll down. Here we have a name, that's okay, the parameter. So we stop hard coding this. And now we are going to use post.slug. Okay, the title, change it as well. And that should be post.title. Okay, let's go back. Element is missing end tag. Where is that? Span. Okay, where we have posts.user. Post.user here. Save that. Let's see that. Yes, and I think now we are good. And we have the titles. Yes, all this is dynamic. So if we click on this, you can see that we are going to that flag dynamically. So that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's see how to display a single blog post dynamically. Cheers. Now in the home page, if you click on any title, you'll see the single blog post, and at the top you'll see that we have a slug. And since every slug is unique, we can use that to fetch a post associated with that slug. And the logic is going to be similar to what we did when editing a category. Let's go ahead and implement that. So here where we have a single blog, and remember in our routes where we are rendering this component, we have props set to true. And since for us to get to this page, we click this link and we have params here, slug as the key, we can grab that using props. So what I'll do, I'll come here at the bottom, I'll have my script tag, then I'll have props, Then I'll grab the slug. After that, I'll define my data. And then I'll have posts, and by default it will be an empty object. Then when this component is mounted, let's make an API request to request the post associated with the slug that we have here. So I'm going to grab this and edit it to suit our needs. Then we'll go to /API/posts, then slash the slug that we are receiving here. So we are going to add it here, this.slug. Then here we are going to change this from posts to posts. Then that's it for this component. Let's go ahead and create this API. So I'll go to the API. I'll grab this, then change this to posts/post so that I can be able to use route model binding. And then I'll specify here that we want to compare the slug table and not the ID, not slug table, the slug column and not the ID column. Then this one I'm going to change it to post controller. You don't have to use post controller. Then the method that we need to add another colon here. The method that you're going to hit is show. Let's go ahead and create that show method. So in our post controller, here we'll have our public function that is show, and then we'll have our post. And here we are going to use our post resource, so return. And since we are not returning a collection, you can just say new post resource, then pass our posts. And I believe that should work. Let's go ahead and test that. So here we'll check our network. Then let's go ahead and refresh this page. So now it's mounted and it's 200, so it's successful. And we have the response, we have our post. Let's go ahead and populate it on this page. So come back here. Let's go to the single blog. And then at the top here, we need a title. So I'll say post dot, let me grab this, I'll reuse it. Then post title. And here it's created at post dot created at. Then here we need the user, post dot user. And here we need the image path. So first we will bind this source, then post dot image path. Okay, after that, let's have the body, post dot body. Let's go ahead and test that. So come back here. Yeah, and everything is working. We have the title, the time, the user, the body, but the image is not displaying. So let's see that. So if I come here and inspect this and then hover on this, notice the URL. It is our root domain, then /blog, then /storage. Of course, our images are not stored in /blog. And that happens in Laravel when you have more than one slashes, when you have more than one slashes, we don't get the correct URL. And to fix this, we will use an absolute path. So I'll come here, and then where we have image path, I'll grab this, and then no, I don't need to grab the quotes, just this one. Use the template literals. Then we will go to /. Then here we'll have a $, then the image path. So this will make the URL absolute. So save, go back, and now it's working. And that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's see how to display blog posts on this page. Cheers. To display the blog posts in the blog page, I'm going to reuse what we have in homepage. So I'm going to grab the script, then I'll paste it here, and I'll change the API to API/posts. Let's go ahead and create that API. So here, I'll grab this and change this to posts, then post controller, and the method is index. For the method, I'm also going to grab what we have in home controller. So I'll grab this, and then in my post controller, I'll paste this, and then I want all the blog posts, so I'll remove take 4, and that will give us all the blog posts. Then save that. Let's see if that's working. Come back here, let's check our network. Then go to the network, do a refresh, and it's successful. And in our response, we can see that we are getting all the blog posts. So that's working. Now let's go ahead and display the posts. And for that, it's very easy because what we have in home, I come here and grab this section. It starts from there. Then if you confirm, you'll see that that section and this section, they are similar. So our section starts here. So I'll just replace this. Let's see that. Yes, and now if I click on any, it takes me to that blog post. If I scroll down and click on another one, it takes me to that blog posts. Now we have one more issue. If I check the console, we still have that issue of the update sidebar. So I'll grab what we have in here and have that in the single blog. We can have it here at the top. Then let's see if the error will go away. And now the error is not there anymore. That's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's see how to display related blog posts here. Cheers. Our related posts are currently hard-coded. Let's go ahead and make that dynamic. I'll switch to that component, and here I'm going to define our related posts, and I'll have it as an empty array by default. Then we need to make an API request to fetch the related posts. I'll grab this and then I'll modify it. Then I'll change these posts to related posts. Related. And this one to related posts. And that's it. Let's go ahead and create that API. I'll go to my APIs. I'll grab this and reuse it. I'll just modify it. Then this will be /related posts. And then let's create the related post controller. Then change this to related post. And the method I'm going to use is index. Let's switch to that controller. And let's create that method. Let's grab our post. We need to import the model. And then in here, what we are going to do is that we are going to get the category that this post belongs to. And when we have that category, we can use it to get all the posts that belong to that category. And that way you have the related posts. So here I'm going to say category is equal to the post category. But this is not going to work because we don't have an eloquent relationship between a category and a post. Let's do that. So I'll go to post model. I'll grab this. And again, if anything is confusing here and you need an in-depth explanation of this, kindly check out the link in the description. I'll leave the video that I explain this in depth. And here we need to grab the category. Category. I think we have a typo. Category. Yeah, I think that's okay. Then we need to return. So this post belongs to a category. So we change this to category. Okay, let's go to the category. And here we need posts. And then this category has many posts. So we'll change this to has many posts. Then we need a semicolon there. Then let's test this and see if it's working first of all before we proceed. So I'll run the tinker. Then I'll grab category with an ID of 1. Then I'll grab the posts that belongs to that category. And it's working. So since that it's working, let's switch back to our controller. And here we can say related posts. Related posts is equal to category posts. Now, let me show you something. So here we have this post, and then down here we have the related posts. So remember, this post belongs, let's say for example, we are talking of sports category. So whatever we have down here should belong to sports category. But this one also belongs to sports category. So it will be displayed here. So we need to exclude that so that we show different blog posts. And to do that, we'll come here and we will say where the ID is not equal to this post that we are passing ID. So it's not equal to that post ID. So there you'll have all your related posts if we have any. From there you can filter them however you want. In this tutorial we are only going to arrange them from the one that was created last to the one that was created first, and then after that we are only going to take three and then get them, and that's it. So now we can use our post resource. So return post resource, and then since we are having a collection, we can use the collection method and then related posts, and that's it. I think we have an error. We need a semicolon here. That's it. Let's test this and see if it's working. Go back to the browser. We will check our network. So do a refresh. Yes, we have a 200 status code. And if we check the headers, we are making a request to API related posts. And the response, we are getting that post. Now let's go ahead and display it dynamically. Close that. Come back here to the single blog. So here we have the first one, the second one. Let's remove them. And now before we display the posts dynamically, we have an anchor tag here. Let's replace that with a router link. And when you click on it, it should take you to a single blog page. And since we have that logic, let's just grab it from blog.vue. So here when you click on that link, it should take you to a single post. We'll just grab that, come back here, and then where we have this anchor tag, replace it. Then the closing anchor tag, let's replace that as well with the router link. So the closing one is here, and replace this. Yeah, I think I've missed something here. Yeah, that should be good. Then now let's go ahead and display the details. So we will loop through. So v4 related posts in related posts. I'll grab this since I'll reuse it. Then let's have our unique key to be related post.id. After that, here we want to change this since now we are using related post and use related post. Then here in the image, let's bind this. Then change this to be dynamic. Okay, then the $, and we will have a related post.image path. Then here it will be the title. .title. Okay, let's see if that's working. You come here and yes, the image has changed and the title has changed. If I click on it, we have an issue with our CSS. Let's fix that. So that's happening because if you go to our CSS, we have this class that we created at the beginning of the tutorial where we are changing the router link background color when the link is active. And now it's applying to all router links. So let's change it so that it only applies to the sidebar links. And since the sidebar has a class of sidebar, we can just add that class here. So .sidebar links, save, and now it will only apply to the sidebar links. And if I come back and click on it again, click on it, let me refresh. So if I click on it, we don't have that issue with the CSS. So let's go back to where we were before that CSS issue. We were here. So notice something. When I click on this blog post, nothing happens. But at the top, we see that the slug has changed. But we don't see this blog post here. And if I refresh, now we see the blog post. So we need to force that. And to do that, just go to your root component. And then where you have router view, where is it? Router view. Here it is. Just add this key attribute. And then use route.path. And that will force it. So if we go back, and then, so now I click on Premier League, and we have the details of Premier League. If I click on Safari Rally, we get Safari Rally. And that's it for this video. See you in the next one where we will display the posts on the dashboard so that we can be able to edit and delete them. Cheers. I have created this dashboard posts list component inside the posts folder, and here is the file and all we have is HTML and CSS, and everything is hard-coded except the router link to go to the create posts page. Then in index, I'm importing that component at the top and then registering it here. So when you go to /dashboard-posts, that component should be loaded. Now if I switch to the browser, this is what we have. Next, what I've done is that I've gone to the dashboard and I've added this router link. When you click on posts list, it takes you to the dashboard posts list. So now if I go to the dashboard and click on posts list, this is what we have. Let's go ahead and grab the styles that we are using in categories list so that we can style our link and our button in posts list. And what I'm going to do, I'll go to the categories list. Here are the styles that we are using. So I'm going to change this and have it as edit link. Then this one, I'll have it as delete btn. Delete btn. Then I'm going to change that at the top. So where we have the edit here, I'm going to have a class of edit link, not btn. Then where we have our button here, so that's a class of delete btn. So let's see if everything is working as before. Dashboard, categories list, and yes, everything is working as before. Now to the posts list, to apply that, I'm going to grab those classes. So that is delete and edit, cut that, and I'll make the styles global. And if you go to the dashboard posts list, I've already added those classes. So I have edit link and I have delete btn. So if I come back, we now have those styles applied. If I recheck the categories list, it's all working. And that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's see how to edit a post. Cheers. Before we edit a post, we first need to display them on the dashboard so that you can be able to see and select what you would like to edit. And the good news is that we don't need to create the API for that. We already did that. So if you go to the blog page, we have the logic for that. So I'll just grab this and I'll not edit anything and then paste it here. So now we have our posts. Then I'll loop through them. So I'll come where we have item and I'll say v4. Then I'll also grab the index so that we can use it to number our posts. So here we will have post and also the index. Then v4 post index in posts. Let's have our key and let's use post.id. After that, let's have this dynamic. That will be the index. And since the index starts from 0, let's add a 1 so that our list can start from number 1 instead of number 0. Then the title, let's output it dynamically as well. So that will be post.title. Then what else? I think we are good. That's all we need. Save that. Go to the browser and there we are now fetching our posts. Let's hide this so that you can see it dynamically. I'll come here, I'll create the success property. After posts, we'll have success. And then we'll have it as false by default. False. Then at the top, we will only show that if success is true. Here we will have v if success is true. So it should not be there now. Good, it's working. That's it for this lesson. Now in the next lesson, let's go ahead and start editing a post. Cheers. To edit a post, we will first need to display the posts on the dashboard so that a user can see and select the post that they would like to edit. And to do that, I'll grab the logic in blog component and just modify it. Then here, after the template, I'll paste it. Then I'll just change this path and I'll change it to dashboard posts. Dashboard posts, and that's it. I'll not change anything else. Let's go ahead and create that API. So I'll go to the API and I'll grab this. Then we don't need this. Then change this to dashboard posts. Dashboard posts, that's correct. Then let's create the dashboard post controller. Then change this to dashboard post controller. The method will be index. Let's go ahead and create that method. Dashboard post controller. Okay, here now we can go ahead and return our posts. So we'll use the post resource. And we expect a collection. Then here in our collection, inside here, we don't want to return everything, every post. We want the user to get only the posts that they've created so that they don't edit a post that they've not created. So I'll say post where then let's take the user ID on the posts table where that is the same as the authenticated user ID. Then after that, let's change the order to begin with the latest created. Then you can get them. Okay, let's see if this is working. Go to the browser and here let's see our network. Do a refresh. Yes, we have a 200 status code, and the response, we are fetching the posts that the authenticated user created, not everything. So let's go ahead and display that. Come to the dashboard post list, and here where we have a item, let's look through. So v4, and we will also grab the index so that you can use it to number our posts. So we will say posts and the index as well in posts. Then here where we have one hard coded, let's use the index. Then the index begins from 0. So let's add a 1 so that our list can start from number 1 instead of 0. Then here we've forgotten to add the key, which is post.id. Then here it will be post.title. And that's it. So we go to the browser and we have all the posts that I've created. So I have another user in incognito, and the user has created a post. So let me refresh this, and you can see the user can only see the post that they created. They cannot see my posts. And on my side, I cannot see the year posts. And that's what we wanted to achieve. Last thing, let's have this success message dynamic. I'll go to our data, and then I'll have success as false by default. Then at the top, let's show this when the success is true. Switch back. Now we no longer see it. That's it for this lesson. Now in the next lesson, let's go ahead and start editing a post for real. Cheers. To edit posts, first we will create the component to edit a post. I'll go to posts and I'll create edit posts.view. Then the component is almost similar to what we have in create. So I'll grab create posts and paste it here. Then I'll change the text at the top from create posts to edit. Okay, after that I'm going to register this component. So we'll go to index and at the top, let's go ahead and register it. That will be edit posts. Okay, so we've imported it. Let's go ahead and register it. So I'll grab the edit categories. Then I'll change this to posts. Then we are not using an ID, but a slug. And this change it from edit categories to edit posts. And that is done. Now let's go to dashboard, posts list view. So this is where we are displaying this, and we want to use a router link for this edit instead of an anchor tag. Here I'll have a router link. Then the text is edit. Let's grab this class. And now we no longer need that anchor tag. Then let's define where this is going to. And our route name is edit posts. And our params was it is a slug. Then we want to pass the post slug. So post dot slug. Let's see if this is working. Come back here, click edit, it's working. So we are able to go to this URL and we have the slug. So let's use this slug to fetch that post and populate the details here. Okay, so we'll come here, and the good thing is that we already have that API in our single blog where we were fetching a single post. So it's here. We will just grab it and reuse it in our edit posts. So when mounted, we'll add it here. Yes, after this. And then we will change this to fields. So that, remember, we have this data property of fields. So we get whatever we get, we fill in that object. Okay, let's see if that's working. I'll do a refresh. No, it's not working. Let's see why. API post, this slug, yeah, because we don't have this slug. So let's accept it as a prop. So props, and that is slug. I think now it should work. And a refresh. And yes, it is, but we don't have the image and the category that was selected. So let's fix that. So if you scroll up where we have our preview, here it is. So we have this source, then URL. Then if you go to URL, we can see that at this point it's an empty string. So to get that path, we will go to where we are fetching the post here. Now I want to use another statement, so we will have to use these curly braces, and that other statement will be this .url. We will set it to response .data .image path. Then remember, this is not an absolute path, so we will add a slash here, then plus that. Save. Let's see that, and yes, we have our image. Let's fix the category ID. So here, if we check our network, let's see this. Okay, I will refresh. Then this is our API. So if you check in the headers, that is API posts, then the slug. Then in our response, we can see that we are not getting a category ID. So let's go to our post resource and add that. So post resource, here we can add our category ID and change this to category ID. Now if we come back and refresh, we have our category selected, and I think that's all. We have everything that we need. So now we need to edit it. Let's go back here, and to edit, the logic will be the same, but we will use a different approach, and that's because we want to use put. But if you use the what happened? If you use the put method here, it will not work because we have an image. So we will need to use the form data object so that we can hide the put method. So I'll grab the code for that, then I'll explain. So we will replace this submit, come here and here. Yeah, here's my submit, and I'll replace this. So here what we are doing is that we are going to use the form data object. Then you have this constant. Then for the title, we will append to the form data, we'll append the title. So we'll take this .fields.title. Then we will append the category ID, which is this .fields.category ID. Then for the image, we have two options. Either a user can provide an image, or they might not provide an image. So if they don't provide an image, we don't want to send something to the server, so that we save the previous image. So here we will check if this .fields. So remember, when getting the file, we first have to insert something, and then let me scroll up to walk you through this. The file, so you need to select something, then we call the grab file method, and then when we call the grab file method, that's where we are going to create the file. But at this point, we've not selected anything, so we want to check if this .fields.file is not provided. Sorry, it's provided, it's true. We need to append the file, and it will be this .fields.file. But if they do not provide anything, so this will not be executed, and we will not send any file to the server. Then in the server, we will check if they've not provided a file, we will keep the previous one. Then after that, the body, it's the same. We just append body, which is this .fields.body. Then we need to append this method put. Then here we are going to make a post request But when it gets to the server will know that our intention was not to make a post request, but a put request. Then here we have API posts, then we will pass the slug, and then we will send our form data, which we will have our put method. And in the server, the put method is what will be used. And as before, in the headers, we pass the content type, multipart from data, because we have an image. Then if the response is clear, is successful, we will emit this event, and we will see what that does. Then we will redirect the user to the dashboard posts list. Then we are emitting this so that we can be able to show the success message for editing a post. That's the whole idea of using this. So let's go ahead and listen for this event. I'll grab it. Let's go to our root component. So that is root, that is up. Before we do that, I think we can make that API request. Yeah, I think that will be easier. Then we'll come and deal with this later. So let's go ahead and create this, the API. We'll go to our API, and I'll grab this. And now we are going to posts slash our slug. So post, and we specify that it's a slug. We specify that Laravel should compare it with the slug column. Then post controller, let's use update here. Okay, then let's go ahead and create that update method. So controller post controller. Then for the update method, I'm going to grab that, and then I'll walk you through. Okay, so this is what is happening. We have our post, since we are passing a slug. Then we are going to request validate as before, the title, the file, the body, and the category ID. But for the file, it will be different. So it can be nullable, since a user might decide not to update their image. But in case they do, that it must be an image type. Then after that, we request the title, we request the category ID. Then for the slug, as before, we use the string slug method, and then we pass the post ID. Now we have the post ID. We don't need to create it since we have a post here. Then we request the body, and then here, let me first import this. We are supposed to use the file facade, and then I'll explain. So file facade. Here, this is what is happening. If request file is true, so it means the user has uploaded an image. We don't need to keep the previous image. So file delete, we take post, and then the image path, we delete the previous image. Then we create a new image path, and it's the same thing that we did when storing a post. Then the post image path will be equal to this image path. So we update it to something new. But if that doesn't happen, this will not be executed if we don't have a file, and the post image path will remain the original one. Then after that, we go ahead and save it. So post title, we update it, category ID, slug, body, and save the posts. And that's it for that. So now we can go back to our edit and work on the success message. Where is that? So here it is. So we are emitting this. So let's listen for that event in the root component. App.view. Then in our router view, here we will have at this. Then we will call the same method, and here I'm going to use kebab case. So we'll have show in small letter, then success. Okay, let's go ahead and call this method show edit success. Our methods, where are they? Here they are. And now what we want to do is that we want to pass a prop to the dashboard post list view that will determine whether to show a success message for editing or not. So what we will do, we'll come here and we will create a property first, so we can call it edit success, and by default we will have it as false. Then when this is successful, meaning that the post was edited successfully, we are going to change edit success to true. Edit this dot edit success to true. So we need to pass this as a prop in our router view so that it's available in the dashboard post list. So we come here, let me grab this, edit success, and we'll pass it here as a prop. So I'll say edit success is the same as the edit success property. So originally it will be false, but if the edit is successful, this will change to true. So let's pass this prop. So we'll go to our dashboard post list, which is a child of the app component. So we can pass it as a prop. Then here we will accept it. So props, and it's this one. And then up here, let's copy this and update this to post edited successfully. And we will only show this if this edit success is true. So change this to edit success, and that's it. Let's see if this is working. So we'll come here, do a refresh. We are all good. So let's change this one to updated, change the file as well to that one with tech, change this to entertainment, and change this one, let's add something, updated. Okay, let's submit and see what happens. We have, it didn't work. Let's see why. Click here. Okay, let's see the response. So method put is not supported for this route. Supported methods get, head, and post. Okay, let's see our routes. What do we have there? API. So here we have post. Let's change it to put. Then save. Okay, let's try that again. Update. I'll clear this. Updated. Change the image. Okay, change this to entertainment, and then this to updated. Let's see. And yeah, post edited successfully. We can see the title is edited. We go there, we see it's updated, the file is changed, the category is changed, and the body is changed. And that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, I don't know what we're going to do. I'll see you in the next one. Cheers. I'm logged in and I can be able to edit my posts. But if another authenticated user grabs this link, so in incognito, I have a different user logged in, and they paste this when they are logged in, they can also be able to edit my post, and yet they did not create that. So let's fix this. I'll go to the controller and we will have this code, and here we are checking if the authenticated user ID is not equal to the post that we have user ID, it means they did not create that post. So we return we are bot with a status code of 4 or 3. So if I save this and now go to my account, this is incognito, go to my account, I refresh, I can still be able to edit. But if they try that now, then we refresh, they cannot be able to edit. Let's see our network and see what is happening. I'll do a refresh, and you see it fails with a 4 or 3 forbidden, and now we are protected. And now we can do anything we want with this status for 3. So what I'll do, I'll come here in the controller, I'll grab this, I'll also protect editing. This was to return the data to edit, and this now is for to make the request to edit it, to update the post. So I'll protect this as well, and then I'll go to the edit post, and where we are grabbing that single post, it is here, this slug. We'll come here where we have this error, and then I'll check if error dot response dot status is equal to 4 or 3, then we can do whatever we want. So I'll just redirect them back to the dashboard post list. So I'll grab this, then post this here. Then I'll do the same when they try to update. Where's our update? Should be a post method. Post, here we go. Is it post content? Yeah, this is the one. So if we have an error, we will check if the error.response.status is 4 or 3. That's when we will redirect them. So let's try this. I come here, they try to refresh, and they're redirected back to no. Let's go to that page, sorry. Let's grab that link again. Here it is. So if I refresh, there's no problem with me. But if another authenticated user does the same, they get redirected to their posts list. That's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's see how to delete a post. Cheers. To delete a post, we will go to the delete button, and then we will change this from submit to button, since we are not submitting anything. Then here we will have an event listener for listening for a click event, and if it's clicked, we will call a destroy method. And then here we want to pass the post slug so that we can know what post we want to delete. So as you can see up here, we have the post, so we can pass the post slug. Let's go ahead and create that method. So here we will have methods, and then we'll have destroy method, and we'll have our slug. Then we are going to make an API request, and we will use the delete method since we want to delete it. Then we'll go to /API posts, then we pass the slug. If it is true, we will change success to true, and then let's set a timeout as well. So after 2.5 seconds, we will change this dot success to false to hide the success message, and let's specify the time here. So that is 2.5 seconds. That is done. Let's go ahead and create this API. Here in our posts, let's grab this, and then we will change the method to delete. And here we have post slug, that's okay. Then change this method to destroy. Let's go ahead and create that method, destroy, post controller, public function, destroy. Then let's have our post. And first we will check if you are the person who created that post before you delete. I'll copy that, and then after that, if you are the person who created it, then you can go ahead and delete it. So return, grab the post, then delete. And that's it. And now if you test this, it will delete a post, but when you delete a post, the post that you've deleted will still be on the page until you refresh that page. That's when it will be removed from the browser or from the view of your page. So to make sure that we have the latest post lists, we are going to call this method, and instead of copying this and using it again, let's create a method from it. So I'll cut this, and here I can create a method called fetch posts, and I'll paste that. And then here, when it's mounted, I'll just call this dot fetch posts. Then grab this, and then we can also call it here. When that is successful, we will also here refresh the page list so that we have the recent page recent post list, that is. So let's test this and see. Back to the browser, delete this one. It's deleted, and we see it's removed from the page and a success message, and it disappears after 2.5 seconds. That's it for this lesson. See you in the next lesson. Cheers. To filter posts by category, first we will have to display these categories dynamically. As of now, they are hard-coded. Let's do that. I'll go to that component, and here we will have categories, and by default that will be an empty array. Then to fetch them, we already have the logic to do that in categories list, so it's here. I'll just grab this, then reuse it here. When the component is mounted, we will fetch them, and then we will have our categories. Let's go ahead and display them. I'll remove these 3, then I'll loop through here. So v4 category in categories, then let's use the unique key. Let's use the category.id, and here let's output the category name. Let's see if that's working. Go back, and yes, it does. So now we are going to listen for a click event here, and before that I'll add a hash here so that when you click on it, the page doesn't refresh. At click, let's listen for a filter by category method, and then we are going to pass the category name so that we will use that name to grab posts that belong to that category. So I'll grab this and have that there. Then I'm going to create that method, so I'll grab it and explain what it does. Then scroll down just after before mounted, I'll have that. So we have filter by category, then we have the category name, then you are making a request to the API posts, which will return, which we've already created, and it will return all the posts. But now we are passing something along in the request. We have params and category equal to name. Let's see what this does so that we understand when we start working with it. So if I switch to the browser and check out my network, then I click on entertainment, we see here we have this request, API posts, then you have a query string, category equal to entertainment. So we are going to request this category and use it to fetch the posts. So let's go to that controller, and it's post controller. This is where we are returning the posts. So we have this, and here we are checking if the request has category, and we have seen from here. Okay, let's see this again. Click here, and we see if it has this category, then we want to do something. But if it doesn't have, then we will just do what we have been doing, returning all the posts. So, but if we have the category, we are going to check category where name equals to the request category that we get. So for example, if we click entertainment, we will get entertainment. So we will check in the database where name equal to entertainment. We get first or fail. Then we get all the posts associated with it. Then we arrange them from the one created last to the one created first. Then after that, we get them. Then save this. Let's see if this is working. Come back here, then click entertainment, and yes, we have entertainment post only. Click sports. We have sports posts that belongs to the sports categories only. That's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's see how to search posts using this search input. Cheers. To filter posts using the input provided by a user, we are going to use watch. So here we are going to have vModel. Then let's call it title. Then let's define that in the data. Then we'll have title, and by default it will be an empty string. Then after that we'll have our watch. Then you can put it here. And so here we are watching for the title. So if anything changes in the title, we are going to make this API request, API posts, and that will return all the posts. But we are sending along a parameter. So we have search, which is equal to this.title. And this will work the same as what we did when working with the categories, filtering by category. Then here we are going to return whatever will be returned after filtering using whatever the user has provided in the front end. So let's go ahead and implement that in the controller. And here I already have the logic. So we are checking else if request has search, and you can see here we are passing that parameter search. So if that is true, if it has something, then we are going to return the posts, all of them. Then we are going to filter them. Where title, then we have this like, where title is the same as, we have this percentage request search and this percentage. So what this means is, for example, if request search is on, so this percentage means on the left there can be 0, 1, or multiple characters. So if we have on, that will meet the condition, and if we have something like this, it will still meet the condition. Then on the right, the same thing, we can have 0, like now we have 0, we can have 1 or multiple characters. So this will still meet the condition, and we will return the post that has that in the title. Then we are doing the same logic in the body. We request the search and we check in the body. Then after that, we are returning those posts and arranging them in an order from the last created, and then we are getting them. So let's see if that's working. I'll switch here and then I'll try to search for post. It's working. National, it's working. But if I type something that doesn't exist, we don't have any feedback. Let's fix that. So I'll come here, and below the section, we can do it here. I'll have a h3, and I'm going to say sorry, no match was found. And then I want to display this if we don't have posts. So I'll do a v-if posts dot length. If that length, that's a typo, if that is false, then we can style that a bit. I'll grab the styles for that. Our h3. Then scroll down. Let's have a style tag. and we have our h3 there. So let's see if that's working. So if I type something that doesn't exist, we see sorry, no match was found. That's it for this lesson. In the next lesson and the last lesson, let's see how to implement pagination. Cheers. If you go to the blog page and check out the console, you will see that we have some errors here regarding props attributes. Let's fix that before we implement pagination. I'll go to that component and then I'll wrap everything in a div. Then grab the closing tag, then just before the template, then save that. And when I refresh, we no longer have those errors. If you want an in-depth explanation of that error and how to fix it, I'll leave this link in the description. I just want to concentrate on pagination for this video. So let's go ahead and implement pagination. And for pagination, we don't have the links here, so I'll grab them from the template. Then I'll paste them on that page. So here, just before the div, let's see how that looks like. Now we have our links, but they are hard-coded. Let's make them dynamic. And to do that, I'll first go to the controller where we are returning the posts, and I'm going to paginate that. So here, we'll just say paginate. And since I have very few posts, I'm going to use one post per page so that we can clearly see what is happening. Then I'll grab this and reuse it here. Reuse it here as well. So now, since we are paginating whatever we are returning, we should be able to get the pagination links in the response. So if I come here to the blog and go where we have our mounted method, and then here I want to console log the response so that we see what is happening. I'll first add curly braces because I want to add another statement here, and then I'm going to log the response. Let's see what we get. Then we don't see anything. Refresh. Yeah, now we have our response. And then when you go to the response, go to the data, go to the meta, then go to the links. And here we have all our links, and it's an array. So let's grab those links. So that is response.data.meta.links. I'll leave this here since we will refer to it while we implement the pagination. Then here I'm going to say this dot links, and we've not yet defined the links, is equal to response.data meta links. Then in our data, we will have the links, and by default, that will be an empty array. Now that we have our links, we can go ahead and display them here. I'll copy this, then comment it out. We will refer to some of the things from there. Then here I'm going to remove all this. Then I don't want to hard code this. Before looping through, I'm going to add a hash here so that when you click on it, it doesn't refresh the page. Then here I'm going to use v4, and let's grab the index as well to use it as our key. So that is link index, then in links, yeah, then our key, and that will be the index. Then for the inner HTML text, we are going to use v-html, and then let's see how we are going to inject that. If you come to our links, the first link, you can see it has a label. The second link, it has a label. So we can grab the label by saying link.label. So link.label. Save that. Let's see what we have in the front end, and we have our pagination links. After that, remember when you are on page 1, we have that active class. Let's see that we have this active class to have that green background. So let's add that dynamically. I'll come here and we'll have class, and then we will have the active class when. So if you go back to the links, so now we are on page 1. Notice that active is true. When you go to page 2, active is false. Here is false. So whenever active is true, let's add that active class. So here I'm going to say when link.active is true. Let's see that. Go back, and it's working. Now we have that. Now when we are on page 1, notice that we can click on this. So it would be nice if you can disable this so that it doesn't look like it's something that you can click on, since you're not going anywhere when you click previous. So what I'll do, I'm going to add a class of disabled at the bottom, dot disabled, and then I'm going to set pointer events to none. Then I'm going to add that class dynamically. So here I'm going to add it disabled, and that will be applied when. Let me show you when. So like now, if you see where our links here, our links, so you can see that the URL is null when it's not clickable, and then when it's clickable, we can see we have an API endpoint to fetch the posts. So whenever it's null, let's have that pointer event to none. So I'll come here and say when link.url is false. So save that. Now if we come back and check it out, it's not, the pointer event is none. That looks nice. So now let's go ahead and implement the logic when someone clicks on any of these buttons. So we need a click event, and I'll come here and I'll have at click. Let's call a method called change page, and let's pass our link so that we will use it to determine what to do next. Then I'll grab this method. Let's go ahead and create that. Our methods, where are you guys? Here they are. And we'll have that. So the first thing I want to do is, if someone is on page 1 and they click on page 1, I don't want to do anything, because it means you want the same page. And if they click on previous, I also don't want to do anything, because previous is null. So here I'm going to say, I'm going to do a check if link.url is false, or link.active. So maybe you are on page 6, so link will be active. So if you click on that, we just want to return. Let's do nothing. Else, if now you don't do that, you do anything other than that, it means now you want to go to another page. So if you click on 2, 3, 5 or something, you want to go to another page. And the good thing is, for example, if you click on number 3, if we come here, number 3, the API is already created for us by Laravel. So we just need to make an API request to that. So we will do that. I'll come here and grab this that is making a get request, and I'll just modify it. So we are making a get request to where? So let's remove all these. We are making a get request to link.url, and that will be dynamic. Then, for example, let's say someone clicks on page 3. So now page 0 will no longer be null, so you can click on previous. That means the links have updated. So we need to update the links as well at this point. So I'll come here And if this is successful, where are we here? If this is successful, we also need to update the links. So let's see where we have our links. Here we are, and I'll grab this and then scroll up. And then if that is successful, I will also update the link so that we have the updated structure. And I think that's all. So let's test that. I come here, I click to page 2, it's working. Page 4, it's working. Previous, it's working. And that's it. That's how we implement pagination in Laravel with Vue. But there is one more thing. So if I go to homepage and I click on sports, so in my database, I have 2 posts that have the category of sports. So if I click sports now, I get the first post, but again I get a lot of links here, and yet I only have 2 posts. So it doesn't make sense. If I click to page 2, I don't even get the post that has the sports category. So it would be nice if I click on sports, I only get the posts that have that category. And so in this case, I should only have 2 links because I only have 2 posts. And if I had 10, then I would get 10 pages. So let's fix that. And to fix that, it's very easy. We will go to the controller. And since we are using query strings, remember we are requesting category or title in the query string. So here we are going to add, after pagination, we'll just tell Laravel that please keep in mind that we are using with query string. And that's all. So I'll grab this. So here we are also fetching with query string. Yeah, and that's it. So now if I come back, there is one more thing we need to do. Let's go to blog and I'll grab this. So remember, whenever you make a successful request, we need to update the links. So let's go where we make the filter by category. So we get the posts by the category. So we also need to update the links here. Then when you do the same using the title, which is here, we also need to update the links. And that's it. So if I come back, I click sports, I get page 1 and 2 only. Page 2, and that is sports. And I don't have any other posts. So if I do like entertainment, they are 3. So I get 3 pages. Page 3, page 2. That's it for this lesson. And this actually marks the end of this series. Thank you very much for your time. Happy coding and cheers.